At the outset, I must congratulate our Department of Medical Education, leading from the front, Dr. Sharad and all his able team members, for organizing this workshop with a very short notice. Medical education in India is under transformation, and all the faculty members, teaching faculty members, are undergoing this revised basic course workshop training. This has started since 2009, but of late, National Medical Commission has made it compulsory for all the teaching faculty to improve the teaching levels and the assessment levels. And periodically this has been revised depending on the changing needs of the faculty members and the advancement in medical education. At present, we are mainly concentrating on the new competence-based medical education concept. I'm sure all the 30 delegates or participants who have gathered here, you are all very good teachers by your own way. You know the method of teaching, you know how to assess. Just to fine-tune your skills, this particular program has been conducted all over India in the medical education. I'm sure the medical education department has taken all the pain to arrange this program with a lot of trouble with taking care of all the guidelines laid down by the Regional Center for Medical Education. It must be more interesting by including the hands-on training and other activities, so that all the participants will actively participate with interest. With these few words, I wish all the best for this training program for next 3 days, and I hope by the end of 3 days, all of you will become wise and become better teachers. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much for your words of wisdom and constant encouragement, sir. May I now call upon Dr. Rashmi Jain, the NMC Observer, for today's workshop to share a few words to our delegate.
A very good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. So, rule number 1 of any MU workshop, we need to be active and we need to learn. So, I think, like sir very correctly mentioned, each one of us here is a good teacher. We have learned that on the job. But any skill which we have can always be upgraded. None of us is perfect. So my request to each one here, keep your minds open, just learn, maybe a little bit of unlearning and then relearning. So 3 days, it's your choice. You can be here out of compulsion, which I'm sure at least 25% of you are here. But in spite of being here because of compulsion, you can enjoy the 3 days. And the more you learn, the more will be the enjoyment. So I know how much effort goes into organizing this, and that also at such short notice. So at end of 3 days, I'm sure I'll be congratulating Dr. Sharath and his team. So please do be active participants in whatever they have laid forward for you. They're working along NMC guidelines. The content which they share will be as per NMC guidelines. Some of the things they themselves may not be convinced about. So one request to you, question, but with the intent to get an answer, not to argue. Alright, so let's keep the discussions healthy. Let's learn from each other and with each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for being a guiding light in the next 3 days. We come to an end of the inaugural right now, and then there is no vote of thanks because this is just the beginning. I'm sure all of us are going to have a wonderful workshop ahead next 3 days. Thank you all. So I welcome the dynamic Dr. Ullas Shetty, Professor and Head of Forensic Medicine, AJ Institute of Medical Sciences, to begin today's day with a wonderful session of ice breaking and group dynamism. Over to you, sir.
Dear participants, this is called Jangamavadi. Mobile. Please put it in Manmohan Singh mode. It's already. Sarve bhavantu sukhino, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu ma kaschit dukkha bhaveet. Let all be happy, let everybody be happy. I am very delighted to have Rashmi madam here. She can always guide me. And I am thankful to Dr. Sushil and Dr. Sharath for giving me an opportunity. I am an opening batsman now. I think I can play like Sehwag at least for some time, maybe short time. Okay. So I am Dr. Ullas Shetty, Professor and HOD, and I course by chance. Vayasade Badda Bhagya. Okay, I am very happy. Yeah, for this I think we need a party, isn't it? I am Professor and HOD now. Sure, I will give. Okay. Okay. So now, before I disrupt your harmony here, you are already comfortable sitting each other. You know each other. That's why you sit in each other. But this will not work because we are testing something called group dynamics. That will happen for another 3 days. So you can't sit with your friends. Okay. So before I disrupt, just take a cheat over there, which I have placed there. Okay, one cheat each. You have to write about yourself. Like, if I am writing like handsome, okay, show me some mirror. Okay. Handsome, energetic, enthusiastic, sport, athletics, okay, dynamic. I am a athlete, I am a bodybuilder, I am a swimmer, okay, what not. Like that. What are your good qualities, not bad qualities, good qualities, okay. Don't mention your name, don't write your name, don't show it to others. Write good thing about you. One page, yeah, one page. Yeah, inside, should be inside. You can write your achievements, whatever it is, your special qualities. 2 minutes. Your best qualities, your talents, your special hobbies. I am a good husband. I can write that, no problem. At least your wife is not here. Don't show it to others. Hold it back. I will collect. If you have finished, you give it.
Do you want us to hold it?
Hold it, yeah, hold it. You can take time, no problem. If you have finished only, hold it and give it. You can take time, no problem.
ಮಂಚ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ತೋರಿಸಿ ಮಾತ್ರ
Okay, all of you are given. So now I will disrupt the harmony. I want you to say 1 to 5 numbers. Okay, from the beginning here. Remember your number. Okay, 1 start.
3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3,
4, 5, 1, 2.
3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1 2
3, 4, 5. Okay, you remember what you are told? Okay. Whoever told number 1, please be here. 2, 3, 4, 5. One here, 2 there, 3, 4, 5. Group E is 5.
It's okay, it's okay.
I just created it on the camera.
My party is on the way. Now we have a game. What I have done is, I have chits here with the great mothers and their son daughters. Okay. So just pick up one chit. You have to pair with the other person. Okay. Like my mother, his name is Gulabi. My name is Ullas. Whoever got Gulabi has to meet Ullas. I have.
That's a different name.
So
That's a different chip.
take one chip. Each of you one chip. Don't show it to others. One chip. Don't show it to others. When I tell, then you have to pair with your mother or son, daughter. Some of the great mothers, great sons. Okay. For a moment now, this seat will remain the same, the group will remain the same. Now you have to pair up each other, you have to identify this one. So start pairing. We can sit anywhere now. Start pairing. Find your this one. Find your son or daughter or mother. Okay. Husband. Okay. Not husband. Sit together. Those who got your partner, sit together. Those who got your partner, sit together. Great mothers, great sons. Those who got your partners sit together. All of you got? Now you have to introduce each other. You have to ask which department, which hobby, which achievement, whatever it is. You have to introduce that person in 1 minute. Both of you will be 1 minute each. You have to introduce the other person. So pair has to come here and introduce each other. Okay? So take time. Introduce yourself to other person. 5 minutes I will give. 5 minutes. Those who are ready can start. You have to come here. कैसा लग रहा है भाई? हॉट सीट पे बैठे आप?
Yeah. For that, the answer is बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. अच्छे लोगों के बीच में रहना बहुत अच्छा लगता है. So yeah, it's a good day. Early morning, fresh. Everybody looks happy here. I hope the joke continues for the next 3 days and we learn a lot. Yeah, I'm Dr. Devika. I'm an ophthalmologist. I'm going
No,
to
you
talk
have to.
about, yeah.
Other person has to introduce.
Yeah. My partner is Dr. Anita S. She is a gynecologist, obstetrician and gynecologist. I've seen her since the past 6 years. Her husband is a pediatric surgeon who is working in Enugaya as associate professor. She's got 2 lovely kids, Paranika and Jivika. Okay. They're little girls and she loves to read. She's very good at her work. We see her often because our OPDs are next to each other. Yeah, that's. I think that should introduce Dr. Anita.
Yeah, welcome, OB department.
Thank you, ma'am, for that lovely words. She is Dr. Devika, ophthalmologist. She is, as you know, she is very quiet, calm, and a lovely mother feeling. She has one son. She did her UG from Mysore Medical College and PG from KMC Mangalore. She has done a fellowship in pediatric ophthalmologist fellowship from Narayana Netralaya, Bangalore.
Okay, madam. Softball and OB. Next pair, please.
This is Dr. Kavita from Department of Radiation Oncology. Yeah, I happened to get to know her when we did a dance for IMA. And yeah, she's a very nice person, a good mother. She has a 6-year-old daughter called Pavani. And she enjoys cooking. She plays sports, basketball, volleyball, throw ball. And yeah.
Hello, good morning. This is Dr. Nishita. She is in the department of OPG. I know her since many years, and as she mentioned, we danced for a program together and it was fun. And she is specialized in cosmetic gynecology, and she is again loves cooking, and she has 2 sons, Ivan and Nihan, and her husband is here only. Surgeon, Ryan, Dr. Ryan, and it was very nice knowing her. Thank you.
Thank you. OB and radiation oncology. Madam, she likes to do reels, I heard. You are not mentioned.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that. She is a very good budding influencer on Insta. She has many reels, you can all go back and watch.
My partner is Dr. Sanjeev Badage. He is an HOD and professor of Department of Community Medicine here. He had worked in KMC and in Shema as a HOD. And his achievements, he was a UNICEF consultant, country office, and he was also working Bill Gates Foundation for HIV prevention. And he loves teaching. He is interested in teaching. He has 1 son, and who is in 5th standard. And that's it.
Good morning. I am very much happy to introduce Dr. Ritesh Shetty. He is from Mangalore, and at present he is working as associate professor at Department of Anesthesia. And he did UG from here and PG from Pondicherry. Both UG and PG from Pondicherry.
No, UG from Shema.
UG from Shema and PG from Pondicherry. And he is interested in cricket, and he loves cricket. And he has 1 son who is studying in 1st standard. And here is Dr. Ritesh Shetty.
Okay, anesthesia and community medicine. Yeah, next please.
This is Dr. Preeta. She's my junior from Shema. She's in pathology. She's an associate professor. She's a wonderful mother for 2 kids, a boy and a girl. Her husband is a urologist in KMC. And it's good to meet her again after such a long time.
Good morning, everyone. Here I'm introducing Dr. Arvind. As I said, he's my senior. He's 1 year older to me. And I'm meeting him after a long time here. I saw him first here in, I think, a couple of years ago. He's working as an anesthesiologist since 8 to 9 years here. It's nice to see him here.
Welcome. Yeah, next please.
Good morning, everybody. This is Dr. Pratima from Professor from Department of Biochemistry. I know her since since maybe more than 10 years. I know her through her husband. He's a pediatrician. She's a wonderful mother and she has great love towards traveling. And her son, his name is Himanshu, and he's doing LLB in Pune.
I'm delighted to introduce the most calm host, Dr. Rajni, Professor of Ophthalmology. I know her for the past 10 to 12 years, and she loves cooking, she loves listening to music, she loves traveling as well. And she has two beautiful daughters, Purvi and Pranavi. Thank you.
Yeah, give her a good hand. Matching.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Chandrasekhar from Department of Pharmacology. He's an assistant professor there. He loves drawing and sketching. He has written 18 textbooks and 3 are in line now. He has 2 kids.
Good morning to all. My friend is Dr. Akansha Shetty. She is working in Department of Ophthalmology. She's assistant professor. She has completed her UG and PG in the same college, and she is fortunate to work in the same college. And she has one little daughter, 3-year-old, and she's working here from past 5 years.
He's Rajni Tendulkar, I'm Sachin.
Good morning, everyone. Delighted to introduce the most dynamic Dr. Rukma Bhandari.
I didn't write that in my, can I write it down?
Most dynamic Dr. Rukma Bhandari from the Department of ENT. She did her and presently she is working from 2011 in AJ Institute of Medical Science and Research Center. She is married to Dr. Ajay Kudwa, an ophthalmologist with 2 lovely sons. You don't have to tell them. With 2 lovely sons. Thank you.
Dr. Srinivas Bhatt. He's from the Department of Pharmacology, other than being Rajni, of course. And he's an associate professor. He's joined this institution from 2009. He's joined back our college from 2013. And he's got a wife, married since 3 years. Not yet had a baby, so we decided to have it soon. But that's about it. He's a good TT player, I believe. So if there are TT players, you can pair up with him.
His notes are very, very famous. Srinivas sir's notes are very, very famous.
This is Manjula ma'am. She is from the Department of Community Medicine and she has been here in AJ since the beginning of this college. Very beginning. So I'm sure most of you all know her. And she is blessed with 2 children. They're twins. And one, I think, son is doing his engineering and daughter is doing her dental in AJ itself. She's in 3rd year. And her interests are she loves listening to music and cooking to some extent.
Yes.
Thank you.
So this charming lady sitting next to me is Dr. Prajna. She's from the Department of Microbiology. And she's happily married and she has 2 kids. That is Adya as well as Adrit. Adya is studying in 6th standard and Adrit is studying in 1st standard. She's been working with this institution for the past 11 years. And she loves listening to music and she's a good dancer. And most of us had an opportunity to learn dancing from her, especially during the graduation day program when all the faculties had the opportunity to dance in front of everybody in the stage for the first time ever. And she was one of them to teach us how to dance. So I would say that she's a really good dancer. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Fantastic. Next, please.
And husband is Dr. K.R. Bhagavan, General Surgeon, Professor of Surgery, JMA, I know him since a long time. They have 2 daughters, one studying audiology in NITE, other one studying in engineering in MIT. I have known her since my AJ days, maybe 15 years.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳಿಗೂ ನಮ್ಮದು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೀರಾಬಾಯಿ ಮೋದಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮೊದಲು ಇರಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ವೆರಿ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗಣೇಶ್ ಕಡ್ಡಿಗೆ AJ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ವಿಭಾಗದ 3ನೇ ಘಟಕದ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು. ದಾವಣಗೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರಾಜುಯೇಷನ್ and post graduation from Davangere. Then he was working in Oman for some time. Otherwise, he is in AJ. Very good clinician, very good at diagnosis. I have considered myself, if I have anything, I go to sir only. So he's my physician also. ಈಗ ಅವರ ವೈಫ್ ಹೆಸರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಕ್ಲೂ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಎವ್ರಿವನ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೆಸ್. ಬಾಲಿವುಡ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್, ಹೀರೋಯಿನ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾಂದಿನಿ. ಅವರ ಮಿಸಸ್ ಹೆಸರು ಶ್ರೀದೇವಿ. Is blessed with 2 daughters. The elder one is doing law in Pune. Younger one is doing clinical psychology in Manipal. And definitely sir is a very good husband that I know because I see him taking milk from Nandini Parlor.
Yeah, nice one. Nice one. Next, please. You can tell your fair name also.
This is Dr. Siddharth
No.
Murthy.
What chit you got?
I am Akshata Murthy and he's my mother Sudha Murthy. So I am married to the Prime Minister of UK, Mr. Rishi. My husband is not in real life. So this is Dr. Siddharth Murthy. He's an assistant professor in Department of General Surgery. He has done his PG in 2017 and he has finished his fellowship in laparoscopic surgery. His hobbies are he is a good swimmer, he is an athlete, he is good at athletics. He is married with a 1-month-old son, so I think he is sleepless and more drowsy.
Good morning to all. This is Dr. Alka KS. She is in the Department of General Medicine, AJ. She is from Sulya. She finished her PG from AJ and she was my junior also. And she is married to a plastic surgeon. And he's a freelancer in Mangalore. And she has a 2-year-old kid.
Impala. Yeah, good. Fantastic.
I am Parvatama Rajkumar and my son Puneet Rajkumar. I am very happy to introduce my partner Dr. Priyanka Shetty, who is assistant professor of pathology here, and she did her undergraduation from SGM Dharwad and went on to do PG from Anapoya Medical College, and her husband is a well-known cardiologist of Mangalore, Dr. Sajal Shetty, working in Shema. And she's a very good classical dancer, and I'm very happy to know her.
I'm introducing Dr. Kishan Rao. He's from Sulya. He's the assistant professor in Department of Surgery right now. He's done his UG from BMC and PG from Agartala Medical College. And he plays a variety of instruments, and he loves teaching, and he has an online site on YouTube called The White Army, where he loves teaching students and has a lot of followers. And he's a national level badminton player as well.
Music and dance, what a combination.
Good morning. I would like to introduce
Sir, can you pair?
Yeah, we are
I'm the only child of, and I'm the only child of Hillary Clinton. Okay. So, I'm happy to introduce Dr. Robin Shetty. Actually, I'm meeting him for the first time here. So it's an opportunity for me to meet him also. And he's done his MBBS from Belur and MD from here, MD Pharmacology. In between, actually, he was working as a general practitioner in Shimoga. He came to PG and then joined the college in 2016. He's married to Sahana. He has a son, Ritik, and he's doing his BBA in Sharada College. And his hobby is badminton. And I'm sure I've heard he's a very good teacher here. I've heard about him from the students.
Good morning, everyone. I have with me is Dr. Praveen John. As he said, even I'm meeting him for the first time. He's a professor of radiology and he did his MBBS from KMC Mangalore and DMRD from KMC Manipal and DNB from Father Mullers. And his wife is Marina. She is working as a professor in Srinivasa Engineering College. He is blessed with a daughter and son. Daughter is Nidhi, who is studying in 9th standard, and son is in 5th standard. He is Nathal, and his hobby is swimming.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Your pair, madam? Tanuja and Kajal. Welcome.
Good morning. I'm very happy today to introduce the sweetest person I know here in AJ. I know her since past 2 or 3 years only. Dr. Janice from Department of Biochemistry. She's an associate professor. I'm sure all of you all have come in contact with her at some point or the other because she's involved in n number of things that are conducted in AJ. She's married to Dr. Pranav, who's from the Department of Anatomy, and she has a beautiful daughter, Hazel, who studies with my son.
Hi everyone, this is Dr. Ashwati. She's from the Department of Pediatrics. She's an associate professor there.
Since last 15 years, since I joined AJ. He is Associate Professor of Radiology. Did this MBBS from VLD Medical College, Bijapur, and DNB from AJ Institute. And also is practice radiologist at Medicity, which is very next to my clinic. And whenever I have doubt regarding the cases, he is always there to help me. And has wife and a son is studying in the first, so he is farming and is watching TV. Yeah.
He is a professor in the Department of Pediatrics. You know already. He is married to Dr. Sanchita. She is an associate professor in microbiology. He has a son who is studying in 10th standard. His hobby is listening.
Fantastic. Tanveen is a wonderful athlete and kabaddi player. He is very good in real estate. Okay, you can ask him.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lord Krishna, son of Mother Devaki.
Dr. Arati, working as assistant professor in the Department of Anesthesia. We are meeting for the first time here, but she's lovely and a person. She's a wonderful mother of 2 kids, and she loves cooking, swimming, and loves animals.
Also what?
Animals.
Yeah, I know that. Very good morning. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Madhuri to you. She is an assistant professor in the Department of Anatomy. Madam has done her MSc from KMC Mangalore, and she's done her PhD from AIMS Delhi. She loves, she's a lot into art. She loves painting, sketching, rangoli. She's more of a foodie, doesn't like to cook as much. So yeah, introducing Dr. Madhuri.
Yes, well done, ladies and gentlemen. Now you have a cheat. You have to guess the person. We know each other now very well. Just stand up and tell the name.
Srinivas, but teaching is my hobby and table tennis player.
Yeah, okay, got it. Yes, well done. Yes, sir.
Always positive thinker, follow healthy lifestyle, exercise, want to learn, especially Sanskrit, good teacher, mother, wife and daughter, want to trek and visit places, loves saris, socializing, Sanskrit.
Next, please.
Smart, beautiful, self-obsessed, good teacher, student friendly, instant finish.
Yes, anybody? Right guesses? You have to guess. No, if you are sure, then only you can stand up. Of course, you can make mistake, no problem. You can try at least, okay.
Sanju sir. Sanju sir.
Anybody got the clue?
Sanju sir.
Who is that?
Yes.
Sir.
All-round achiever, bold badminton player, counselor, communication skills, dynamic musician, skillful teacher.
I think, yes, correct.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sanju sir, good in public health admission, worked with UNICEF, BMGF interns organization, interested in intern diseases and epidemiology.
Yes. Yeah, it's a straight away clue. Anyone want to guess? Yeah.
Laparoscopy, sports, running, singing. I think it's Dr. Siddharth.
Okay, your partner. Okay, next. Anybody want to guess? Okay. Now you have to go back to your original place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 1 minute exercise. You have to name your group and possibly identify the group leader. Keep a group name and possibly identify the group leader.
ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮಗೆ can type without looking at pudi. ಅದೇ
Okay. Lend me your ears. Just winding up. So we have come to this end of this talk. We have introduced ourselves and we have already formed the group. Just a few things about group dynamics. So the objective of this all exercises, of course, we are not doing the group activity night, but end of session you should be able to reach the stages of group development that I will be telling you now, and recognize the importance of working in groups, how the group dynamic works, and understand applying medical education. We are teachers because we are a working department. We work in synergy, not silos. We have to work together. So that's what the group is. Our department, of course, we are only two. We also have a group. Okay, we have a group. Department in the AJ. You must be knowing. Forensic medicine toxicology, 28 words. Any competitors? We are the biggest department in AJ with smallest staff. Okay. But still I call myself a group. Okay. So we have to work in groups. So what is a group? Group means more than two people coming together with a common purpose and achieving some goal. So this is like today you are here, another 2-3 days you will be here. So that is the group. So what is your purpose? You have to learn this revised basic work stuff. That is what the group is. So ideally, how much is the number you want for the group? This is ideal. Okay. But our small group, 75. CBM is of course observers here. Sorry. Inner secret we can't tell also anyway. But ideally, it should be 2 to 9, not more than that. Then it is called, what do you call that one? After that? Crowd, yes, exactly. So what is the difference between group and crowd? It is very simple. Now, group have a purpose and they participate each other. Okay, they work together, a common purpose, common goal. Okay, they identify each other, they know the purpose, objective, everything. But whereas crowd is scattered, they don't know each other, they don't have a common purpose. Okay, that is where the difference is. So why group? We can make a lot of groups because it gives us comfort. Okay, it gives us security. It gives us common purpose, and it is always said that group performs better than individual. That I want to demonstrate anyway. Now it's not possible. So group always perform better than the individual. An individual working in silos can always underperform. So group is always better. That is what they do. Then advantage, disadvantage of group. What is the advantage of a group? Yes, you can perform. You can share your ideas. You can 6 people together means you can get 6 ideas. Okay, one person is only one idea can be there. So that is what the group means. You can perform, you can have communication. Of course, you will be friends forever now. You know each other for the first time, meeting first time, and you will be friends forever. That is another advantage of group. So group has started. But disadvantage is there. Disadvantage is also there because sometimes some people want to dominate, others may be suppressed, don't want to share, and some conflicts may arise, not amicably settled. So these are some problems will be there in the groups also. Some people don't want to participate only. Okay, these are the problems in the group. There are the conflict are there. They will groups fighting each other also. That is also one problem is there, of course. But types of group we can say formal and informal. Formal means in the college with a purpose. College or in an institution, in a company, it's with a purpose. The informal means we have our groups like I have Kundapur group is there. I have my school group is there, my family group is there, my trekking group is there, like that. These are all social, informal ones. Formal means this is the college, okay, CBME group, Rbcw group, okay, what you have. So this is the formal one, informal. These are types, okay, a lot of other types are also there. So now, finally it comes to zero down to one thing. How we can better use in our college, our teaching, our medical education in our department. That's all the matters is. So that is what you have to ponder about in future. Like how we can work in group and how to improve our department, our college, most importantly CBME stresses more on the group, that is small group discussions, small groups. So how to improve the group dynamics, okay? But there are challenges in implementing this in in our CBME curriculum, small group. So because ours, lecturers are not like this, it is laminar like, okay, not in groups. We have to, I think, rearrange our classroom. We have to make a bigger classroom and arrange like this. Groups, small group discussion. We have to make. That is what the important of the CBME is, small group discussion. That's what we have to make, small groups. So, but again, challenges are again. NMC has done so many things about small group, but where is the faculty? Okay, these are some questions are there, but under limitation, under the circumstances, we have to perform. Okay, that's what. So the group dynamics is by Kurt Lewin, and it's a social process in which people interact and behave in group environment, and dynamics, attitude, and behaviors or patterns of the individual group. How the group works. Okay, so what are the now? This is the stages. Okay, we have already initially forming. You are all sitting together. You are just curious. Who is that person? Who is that person? Who is that lady? Okay, like that. You are curious initially. Then you sit together. Okay, you start knowing each other. Okay, this is called storming. Okay, but you still not optimal. But you start talking to each other. Hi, how are you? Which department? Like that. You start storming. Then norming. Now group is formed. Now for sharing is there. Now you share your ideas, objectives. So what we can do in the next 2-3 days. That is storming. Okay, sorry, norming. That is now you are sharing with each other, bonding with each other, common objectives, and know what the purpose, all those things are there. Now lastly you start performing. Okay, when you are given task, now next this is onwards you will be given task, and that time you will start performing. And finally adjourning. Okay, means after 3 days we have photos together and say bye bye. Okay, that is what this Tuckman model is: forming, storming, norming, and performing. Okay, and transforming also, of course, transforming also. Adjourning, that is the dissolution of the group. Now in your WhatsApp group will be dissolved after 3 days. Okay, so this is the group, how the group works. See, this is the group I had for Kannada Rajyosava. Although I am the group leader here. Okay, I am here somewhere. Okay, so it's the last day. We wind up. That's all. The purpose is over. Objectives were achieved. Disperse. Okay, this is the grouping. So it's a lot of difficult forming, storming. So all the things happens. Okay, so that's all from my side. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. Have a good day and a good session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for breaking the ice and forming a working group for the present workshop. I now call upon Dr. Arvind, Professor in Pathology, and Dr. Ryan Dennis Fernandez, Associate Professor in Surgery, to deliver a session on systems approach and principles of adult learning. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to everybody. I think we need to give a little round of applause to Ullas for starting the day at a very good note. Thank you, Ullas. Ullas, where are you? Okay, so now we get into, we are still in the basics. We have not yet come to our teens. We are infants yet. So we need to understand how we are going to process the 3 days that we are going to study now. Why CBME is important and how we are going to go through all the systems, all let us say the parts of CBME. So the approach that has to be taken is called as the systems approach, and the systems approach will be handled through principles of adult learning and learning processes. If I can ask you, in pathology at least we have got a pre and para, I think so. In the examination, after 1.5 days of examination, we have got a session on pedagogy. Others are also having pedagogy, yes. So what was pedagogy that you were part of? What was it? You just had a PowerPoint, I think so, and you used to give a lecture. Yes, so that was was it an interactive teaching? It was not an interactive teaching. It was more of a teacher-centered teaching. So you are going to learn all that part in adult learning, what Ryan will be taking up. What I will be taking up is the systems approach. Now, before I can go into systems approach, I would like to just know who are the ones who are having kids who have just joined school here. Priyanka, Padmini, your name I forgot. Akanksha, sorry, Akanksha, Anita. Okay, fine. So, can you just give me an idea? How did you think of putting your kid in whatever school you have put? What are the points you have taken into consideration while putting your kid into the school? Anita? Okay, yes. It's working.
First of all, I look for the timings. At what time the school starts, at what time she has to get up.
Okay, at what time she has to get up. Okay, very good. Yes, very important, yes. I will be coming into that part, yeah, okay. Yeah. Very good, Anita. Next, then, anybody else? Who else was there? I think so Akanksha was there. Yes, Akanksha, loudly.
Feedback about from others, how the school is.
Okay, feedback. I agree with you. Feedback is very important. But before feedback, what is your nearness to your school, to your accessibility? Okay, accessibility. Lunch, very good. There comes Rukma, because you can't get up and cook in the morning. Okay, good. Cost. Okay, so these are the part of systems approaches that we are going to read about. So, what are the parts of systems approaches I'll be going into? So, at the end of the session, we'll be just understanding to define a system, describe the medical education from the systems perspective, outline the role of an educator as a system specialist. The second part will be taken by Ryan. So, what is a system? I'm sure you don't have to by heart this, don't worry. Set of things working together as a part of mechanism or an interconnecting network or a complex whole. Okay. So, these are your perspectives of a systems approach. A functional entity with predefined goals and objectives. So, who told me the goals and objectives? No, nobody told me the goals and objectives. The kid should become good in studies. Okay, yes. that is the last part. Okay, very good. Okay. So, but in our medical perspective, we need to have an IMG. What is an IMG? Indian Medical Graduate. Okay, that will be taken by Sushit, I think so, a little later. So, there are predefined goals and objectives which need to be met. It is a continuous process, has to be reviewed continuously and as and when the situation demands. So whoever went to, I'm taking the example of a school, don't mind me anybody here, after, why did I put my student into that school? Okay, so what do you mean by has to be reviewed continuously? You will change your school, yes? If there is no lunch in that school, I will change the school? Yes, you have changed the school. And I had other things, okay, so many other things. I had to change my school for nonsense reasons. I will not go into that. So it has to be reviewed continuously. It is not periodic. Will you wait for a year? Will you wait for 1 or 2 years? No, let him come to 12th standard, then we will change him. Okay, that is agreeable to a student, but not in medical education, in your medical college. It has to be continuously reviewed. And this technique utilizes opportunities to understand the system, predict the outcomes and limitations, and try the best to achieve the intended goals. So that was about the systems perspective. What are the types of system now? You have got an open system and you have got a closed system. As this picture indicates, you have got a closed system on one side in which there is water. What can you do with that water? Maximum you can have water. You can only drink water, that's all. Yes? What about this system on this side? This is your open system. So now what can you do with this open system? You can heat it, you can have hot water, you can put sugar, you can have coffee. Okay, so in that way, which system is better? Obviously it is the open system which is better. So we will be going into the Gurukul system and the traditional methods and the newer methods of learning. So in the newer methods of learning, it is more democratic. We take into account of numerous decision-making systems are there, so which is more open. Okay, so I was talking about school, now let us go leave it to school. So what are the parts of a system? So now you have got the input. So all that you have told me was input. Everything, almost everything that you told me was a input. You told me that, Anita told me about what? Timing. Okay, timing. And Akanksha told me about feedback. That is not a part of input, sorry. Accessibility, again, that is a part of input. Okay. Paisa, yes, paisa. Paisa is 100% a part of input itself. So, for example, this is how to make a cup of coffee. You require milk, you require coffee powder, you require sugar, and what is hidden here? Allah, the input, what is spoon? You have not thought of a spoon at all. Okay, spoon is also part of system which you need to understand. Then, after the input, you need to understand what is the process. The process, so then you have got the process. So what is the process now? You have to have a heating system. And then you have to put the sugar into the, coffee powder into the milk. Process. And then you come to the output. What is the output in Indian medical system? The Indian medical graduate. The guy who passes out after his internship, let us say after his internship, not after the examination, after his internship, he is the Indian medical graduate. Now, is it a real output? Is it desired or undesired output? Yes, you will go, if I ask you to give opinion on this part, I don't want to ask also, so I'll leave it. Yes, so what we are trying our best through CBME is to get out a desired Indian medical graduate. Yes, but what is happening for many years, as all of us know, I cannot go into that. There is observer, there are walls, so we will not talk about that. But are we getting out a desired output? That has to be reviewed continuously. So this is your output. And lastly, who was telling about feedback? Somebody, you were telling about feedback. Now, what changes the desired output to undesired output to desired output? It is the feedback. So, you have put feedback in input itself. You have taken it as a part of input itself. Okay, agreed. That is your part of systems approach. It's an approach which can change with perspectives. No problem. But we have to have a feedback. We have to have reflections so that the system keeps on improving. So these are the important parts of a systems approach. I will not go into the depth of all this. I hope you have understood what is the definition of systems approach, what are the perspectives of systems approach, what are the parts of a systems approach. Okay. Now we enter into an Indian medical graduate. What are the inputs to get a Indian medical graduate? Can I have your indulgence here? Group 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Group 4. What are the inputs to have a Indian medical graduate?
First, the students.
Okay, very good. Students, fine. Students. So next, anything else other than students? Very good. Faculty. Next, infrastructure. Fantastic. So you did understand what is the input. Fine. Next, what is the process? Teaching. Very good. So who is most important now? It is the teacher. Teacher is important, but our learning is not teacher-centered. Our learning, our process, systems is not teacher-centered. Our system is learner-centered. That is a very important part of systems approach. So now, what have I missed here? Competent IMG, who is a motivated learner. You require a new entrant, John has told me. Graduate medical education, that is you need a NMC to tell you what to do. Then you have teaching learning methods. You have got a teacher, you have got college infrastructure, curriculum and syllabus, community statistics for medical errors, okay, media, you require the media to show what you are doing, and then you have got the university results. These are your important components. I have not put it into the parts. So these are your parts to get an Indian medical graduate. So what are the inputs? New entrants, teachers, college infrastructure, curriculum and syllabus. Process, graduate medical education, then you have got teaching learning methods, what we are going to study, I think today and tomorrow. Then you have got an output, who is it will be taken by Sushit now, that is an Indian medical graduate. And lastly, as you told, the feedback, community statistics of medical errors. Can you give an example of community statistics? Manjula is here. Where is Manjula? Manjula, community statistics, can you give an example so that you can concentrate on the important aspects that you need to go ahead. For example, infant mortality rate or maternal mortality rate. You know the important statistical points so that you can concentrate on that for the betterment of the society. And lastly, university results. Okay, so this is your important parts of the systems approach. But as I told you, who is the most important man here? Man or woman, sorry, we need to be gender neutral. So it is the teacher. It is the teacher. Now what is the role of the teacher? Okay, in the traditional method, what was the role of the teacher? In the traditional method, what was the traditional method of learning? What was the role of a teacher? Come and take a lecture class, isn't it? Yes, but now it has changed. In the CBME or the systems approach, you have got you can see all that I have put. He has to be a facilitator, he has to be a role model, he has to be a provider of information, he has to be a person who can develop resources, a planner and an assessor. There are numerous roles of a teacher that has to be actually done with. These are the important points of medical education. Now I give you 5 minutes, I am going to give you a tiny activity. Who will take this first one? Your medical college is applying for increasing the seats for PG in medicine. Who is the medicine here? Anybody in medicine here? Okay, Anaga, you will take this. Map the components for PG program. Input, process, output, feedback. Feedback, no. So that is for your group. Next one, you are planning a field trip for your child and his friends. Applying the systems approach, plan for a successful outcome. Who will do this? Rukma will do this. Somebody told Rukma will do this. Okay. Your group, this is your group. Second one. As the MU coordinator of your institute, you had been asked to plan for a successful revised basic course workshop from MET. Who will take this one? Anybody here? That group will take this one? Yes? Pratima, you are there. That's why I told you. You are there, right? You are one among us. Don't worry. And next one, fourth one, you have been just promoted as the medical superintendent and vice principal. You need to plan the components for e-learning on traumatology. Who is orthopedics? Anybody orthopedics here? Anesthetics. I think anesthetics are there. Many. Ritesh, you take this one. E-learning on traumatology. Okay, or not e-learning, learning in traumatology. Okay, fine. And lastly, you had been asked to guide a medical student for his PG seat. Apply the systems approach in guiding him. Who is this? Who is left? Yes, thank you. Yes, quickly. You have got 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes. 3 minutes. Quickly. Buzzer on. Will buzzer on. Notes? Any notes? Going on? Well?
Yeah,
Any problems going on? All right, no? Two more minutes. Somebody ready? One more minute. Start. Pratibha will begin. Please tell your activity and begin. Okay, please whisper. Yes, start.
No, I think everybody can pay attention.
Yeah, please pay attention. Yeah.
And the activity that we have is as a area coordinator of your institution, you can ask to plan for a successful Rbcw on medical education technology. So we planned it this way where the input would be first to write to the National Medical Council if the dates are feasible, so that we can have an emergency observer who can come and observe the.
Okay, dates. So first is dates. Second one is MCU coordinator from the
NMC.
Okay, it is actually not NMC. It is the
Regional.
Okay, next.
Then we have to find the resource persons to conduct the program.
You are telling resource persons. We have our review. Yes, fine.
Then we also have to list the participants, willing participants first.
Important, very important. Then
And then the infrastructure has to be planned.
your infrastructure has to be planned properly. So can you just tell us what we have planned for here?
Yes, first of all, the biological aids.
Okay, yes.
The faculty, even the skill lab people or the experts, and okay, the boards and
Flip charts,
laptops,
boards, pens,
stationery,
room itself, yes, all this. Okay, next after input, okay, process.
The process is we have to assess, at the end of it we take feedbacks from the participants, then also assess as to how it went.
Process, you will have to be a little more
Conducting the program.
timetable. The timetable itself is a part of the process. Schedule, after scheduling. Okay. And you have to go according to what the NMC says. There is a guidelines, we have to follow the guidelines. According to that, we have to go. Process. Next is?
Next, output, assessment, feedbacks, and
What you are waiting for.
certificate.
Very important. Yes, certificate. Okay, thank you very much. Please give them a hand. Next one. Yes, who is the? Yes.
So it's planning a field trip for Rukma's sons basically, because age group, because what we have planned is for that age group. So initial this one
we had planned for visit of Pilikula and Manasa Water Park together. So basically input that we need is age group 5 to 10 years, total number of people around 10 kids. So with two parents.
As a parent or as a teacher you are doing the system?
Parent with friends, child and friends.
No, as a perspective, as a parent or as a
Parent. So it has been planned. So we have thought into around 10 people. So timing 9 o'clock they have to report at Papa's. 9 o'clock we will be starting. Transport will be a tempo traveler, which will be taken of course with AC. Then food has been taken, already arranged and taken along with us because we don't want to eat that.
We don't need to ask mothers.
So initially then after getting together 9 o'clock we start to first Pilikula where the animals and will be shown. We explain about the animals and their knowledge and their habitat and where it will be found and how ecosystem works. After that there will be break for snacks there. After that they will be going to Manasa Water Park. So again will be accompanied by the...
Whom will you take the feedback from?
Also, it has been said that they have to get the change of clothes in Manasa Park also. So then coming back from the kids and from the parents also. The parents have to come and pick up exactly in front of Papa. If they want, they can join us in Papa's party also.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Clap them.
E-learning implementology. The inputs include the students, the teachers, the system, the app, laptop, the Wi-Fi connection, syllabus. So in the process, you can.
What else? Where are we? We are here.
Infrastructure.
You require those manipulations. All that is also a part of your input. Yes.
Process includes attendance, monitoring, assessing, conducting exam, assessing, teaching schedule. So that we can include under the process. So the output is medical graduates, the trained medical graduates in traumatology.
Okay.
So feedbacks, the results.
From whom will you take the feedback?
From the participating students. From the
Okay, yeah, e-learning, but you are going to perform on them.
Yeah.
So you might be probably taking the feedback. Okay, agree?
Yeah. And the statistics.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. You have it.
We are applying for more number of PG seats in medicine.
Okay.
So
Yes.
this first we apply to NMC and how many more seats we need.
Okay. So,
Then
intent. Okay. So first is your intent. Okay.
how many more seats. So then increase in number of faculty and their corresponding salary.
Salary. Okay. Very important.
Number of patients and beds required for the required increase in PG seats.
So input. Okay. Very good.
Teaching rooms, infrastructure required for increased number of PGs. Duty rooms for the doctors.
Okay.
So process reschedule teaching timetable because they're already PGs, so the timetable has to be rescheduled. And since the group is bigger, split them into smaller groups for classes. The process take regular attendance, make more units.
You have got so many, 15, how many have you got in your department? PGs? 16. 16 PGs. So now how are you going to, as a part of process, where are you posting them?
Peripheral postings.
All that will come under process. So peripheral postings, how many students?
Each posting
How many students? What do you mean by peripheral posting? All that you will have to define it properly, so that it becomes a written system. Okay, process. Next, after process?
Output, more number of competent doctors.
More number of competent doctors. Okay, very good.
Feedback about results from the university.
Yes, last one. Thank you.
To guide a medical student for his BE seat, the inputs, first is we need an Indian medical graduate who is willing and interested to take a PG seat.
Which is yours?
PG seat. Classroom. To guide a medical student to take a PG seat.
Okay, okay. Yes.
Input would be first we need to have an Indian medical graduate who is willing and interested. Secondly, we need to sort out all the study materials or required books or other audiovisual. Next, we need to have a good mentor who can continuously guide him through. And we need to know the exact entrance exam dates when it's so that we can.
Mentor is a part of input or process?
To guide, initially you need to.
Okay, fine. Because you are the mentor. At the moment, you are the mentor.
Yes.
You are going to guide.
And input.
Okay.
And then we need to have good infrastructure also, whether it's to study in library or in a study room, wherever. Good study environment should be there. These are the inputs.
Anybody has anything to say on this?
Those were clear next and exit exam.
Next
just our final exams.
Indian medical graduate.
Yeah, that's right. So he has to pass his qualifying exams. So no, that should also be written very clearly. It has to be written so that there are no ambiguities.
The process would be to prepare a timetable. Second, to continue continuous motivation to keep up his preparations. Thirdly, mock tests, revision and mock tests. Fourth, exam preparedness, not just revision or studying, exam preparedness on the exam day, how we will perform, what strategy, how to go about the questions, everything, the preparedness and strategy should be there. And then they should also know about the seat matrix and the option entry, what the possible seats are available in different colleges. Output would be first to develop the competency to get a desired PG seats. And feedback would be if he has not got a PG seat, then why? Then feedback.
Okay. That you are putting problem on yourself. That's all. Okay. Thank you very much, teacher. Thank you. We'll in a short of time. We'll go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Arvind. So this is the second part of the same topic, and that is adult learning. So before we begin, we have to know that there are two types of thinking or learning. One is non-reflective and the other one is reflective. So the first question that we would like to ask you, or I would like to ask you is, why are you here today? Not a group activity, it's a direct question. Why are you here today?
You got called from college office.
Yes, very good. So you got called from college office?
To finish the essential, what is
Yes, to finish the requirements for promotion. So basically what has happened is you all got a mail from Dr. Sushit. And when you received that letter from Dr. Sushit saying that you all are the candidates for Rbcw, some of you would have directly said, oh, okay, Dr. Sushit has asked us to be a part of this, we just go. The other group, the group that when such notices come, that we tend to offer, why has sir kept this program? Why has he chosen my name? In my department, he has not chosen the other one. Why is that? That other person is closer to Sushit sir, but I am not close. Then why is my name put? Is this going to be beneficial in any way to me in terms of what sir said? Promotion. So those are all the things that you think of. So you're automatically doing what is called as reflective thinking based on that one circular that has come to you. The others, there might be somebody here, at least the facilitators I think for today, who were told by sir, come, you have to take the session, and we all came and we are taking the session. So that is called as non-reflective and reflective thinking. So with that we come to learning. So learning is a cognitive, physical, effective acquisition and processing of skills, knowledge to varying depths, and refers to one's own understanding, ability to manipulate, apply, communicate skill and knowledge. Nobody is going to teach you how to teach. You all are all teachers. Some of you are my teachers here. So this session, just like Dr. Rashmi, I have to mention one sentence about Dr. Rashmi because I think her role here is very understated. She, like Dr. Padmini said, she plays such a big role in medical education in Yenapaya. and we all have been trained by her. We all underwent revised basic course training under her. And one thing I remember she used to always tell is, we are not here to teach you how to teach. Like I said, Dr. Ganesh Kandige is my teacher, Dr. Veena Bhagwan is my teacher. I am not going to tell them how to teach. So here is things that you need to better. So with time, things change. So there was a time when students would accept whatever you say. These days it's not like that. Students also question back often. So how do you get angry when they question you back? How do you approach them? So that is what is meant by this adult learning. And there are two forms of learning. One is, as Sir said, pedagogy. That what we have been doing for ages, standing in front like me here and delivering a lecture, and whether the student is listening to it or not. Then came Malcolm Shepard Knowles, who brought about the concept of andragogy, and that is why he is known as father of andragogy. So how do we differentiate these two? Just that picture itself will convey the message, the picture that is at the bottom. So we'll go through each one. In pedagogy, what we have been doing from ages, and sometimes when we try to tell some senior people that, no, sir, ma'am, I think that old form of standing in front and teaching, what is called as sage on the stage. Pedagogy is called as a sage on the stage, and andragogy is called as a guide by the side. So this attitude of sage on the stage, where I know everything and I have to tell you everything, and you have to, without non-reflective thinking, accept everything, and for the rest of your life to whoever you are teaching, hand over that same information. So that is known as pedagogy that we have been doing all along, and now NMC is encouraging andragogy. So where there is more of a combined effort, like you all are doing here, divided into groups and giving your opinion. So learners are dependent, learners are independent and self-directed. In pedagogy, learners are externally motivated. For some of you all are here externally motivated to come for promotion. So that is that is a reward that you are getting. Some of you have actually come, okay, let me see what extra knowledge, how can I make my teaching better? How can I improve the quality of education that I am giving? So that is andragogy. The learning environment is formal. The first thing that was done here was sitting in rows was remote. That formal education that is there is remote, and we are divided into groups, and that is something we have been trying to inculcate in the skill lab from day one. The learning environment is more informal and characterized by equality and mutual respect, where every person's opinion is taken. So this is something that you have to remember even when you are taking a class of students. You ask a question, yes, the student answers perfectly, very good. The student doesn't answer well, you don't put him down, put him or her down. You have to guide that student to give the right answer. The right answer should come from the student itself. It's just that you are not telling the answer to the student. So that is what is a form of andragogy. Teaching is characterized by transmittal lectures in pedagogy, PPT. Teaching is characterized here by inquiry, projects, experimentation, and independent study. Pedagogy, as you know, evaluation is by grades, rank, grades, which is again been going on for ages. Evaluation here is characterized by self-assessment. So now, the first question I would like to ask group-wise is, as a teacher, which one do you prefer? Pedagogy or andragogy? Group 1. As a teacher, you can give your honest opinion. Don't have to hesitate. Again, nobody is judging you here. This is all for discussion. As a teacher, andragogy, 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 andragogy,
Pedagogy.
pedagogy.
Most of our PGs are that smart.
Yes. So pedagogy, yes. As a teacher, I will tell you why some of you should be open to say that you prefer pedagogy. We'll come to that. Why do you say andragogy?
Maybe after the age of certain, say 18 years, they are self-motivated and self-learning. They are capable of.
Yes, very good. Yes, sir.
Guidance, proper guidance, if they are deviating.
Then why are we not
all following pedagogy, andragogy? Why are we still following pedagogy? What is holding us back?
Teacher-student ratio.
Okay, number of faculty, 150 students, teacher-student ratio. Yes. Anything else? Anything else?
Maybe the less approach from the students.
Less approach from the students. Okay, yes.
Number 2 is less. Currently it's less approach.
Why, sir? Why do you think it is less?
Less enthusiasm.
Why do you think?
They should be interested.
On the other hand, I will ask you a question. Are teachers motivated to teach? Let us, for 1 minute, we will take the students away and forget about their motivation. How many of you 100% feel that you are motivated to teach? You will go to any lengths to make the student understand. I remember Ramesh Pai sir, in a lecture hall with 150 students here itself, used to make all sorts of breathing noises, all sorts of wheezing sounds, just to make us understand what kind of sound it is. So, how many of you all would dare to do that? Because you feel, otherwise you feel humiliated, embarrassed to do all those things in front of students.
No, we are motivated to teach. The problem is that we expect the same thing from the other side, which is not happening, which is over a period
So,
of time.
do you think, ma'am, we can motivate them? Is there any other way that you can bring it out?
One more thing what I observed, the knowledge is information is at fingertip. Whatever the conference we organize, teachers attending the first, the students are coming late. So because information, they think it's easily available anyway.
Yes, sir. So here itself, since you brought the question of information, don't you think that that will help us to, what is now we call this as self-directed learning also. So do you think that information that they can get, you can guide them towards that information, towards self-directed learning?
They have something called Marrow app or something. We teach for 1 hour. They tell I can read it in 15 minutes.
So how do you think we can train them to say that yes, any app is there, it will be there, you can go and read at night, you can read it anytime, you can read it when you are on the train, you are on the bus, the advantage. How do you make them get that interest when they are in classroom then?
Applicability. How to apply on the...
Very good, the applicability. Now we are coming to the, see, Marrow app or whichever app is there around, they are sitting and they are just mugging, they are just reading it. Here you are actually, you can apply, make them apply in the real world, which we will come to. So that is why there is this directed learning and self-directed learning. So directed learning, which is most often in pedagogy, and facilitated learning, self-directed learning, that is in andragogy. So somewhere in between we have to meet. It's not that you have to follow one over the other. Somewhere in between we have to meet. For example, like I asked you this question, which statement is more applicable to you here? In this Rbcw program, there is you have thought that there is a session on systems approach. You should be attentive in it. You will get lots of information. That is one category. I have only 2 categories I put. I have not put the third one, most obvious one. Then there is the systems approach. If it is learned properly, it will help you solve problems by planning systematically and play various roles of being a parent, departmental head and institutional head. So I am not going to ask you individually whose motive is what, who wants to become departmental head or institutional head. But this is for you to know. Starting with this course, forget about the students that you are going to teach tomorrow. Starting with this course, what is your motivation? And for that, there are some forms of learning that you should be aware of that come under andragogy. So there are 4 things, 4 forms of adult learning that we want to focus on. First one is self-directed learning. Second one is transformative learning. Third one is experiential learning. And the fourth one is contextualized learning. So first one is self-directed learning. So in self-directed learning, the goal of education becomes more about process. Like Chandrasekhar sir said, they have all the sources of information. You help them somehow compartmentalize that and drive them towards that source of information. Thinking, maturation as a person, and then content, acquisition of subject-based knowledge or skill. So that comes as self-directed learning. Second one is transformative learning. So this is slightly difficult. Learners are encouraged to challenge, defend and explain their beliefs, to assess evidence and reasons for these beliefs and judge arguments. How best can you implement this transformative learning? We spoke about andragogy. We said that yes, we should have groups like this and then have learning. Now, how can we have this transformative learning? One example. So you have to challenge, defend and explain. That should give you a clue. Conduct debates. Give them 2 topics. Give them a topic, 2 teams. And as they are arguing for or against it, they themselves start realizing, oh, okay, the other team may be right. I am arguing for the sake of arguing, or my point is valid. So that is what is meant by transformative learning. Then comes experiential learning, which is something that we are all focusing on now. Learning by doing or hands-on learning, and that is why all over the country skill labs are popping out. So there are 4 concepts, 4 stages of this. So first one is experiencing. So for example, since it's surgery, I would give the example of surgery. I want to teach the student Ray's tube, Foley's catheterization, insertion. So I bring them to the skill lab. There is a mannequin there. I perform the Foley's catheterization. I make them do. So they are actually experiencing the process. Then comes reflection. After that, we sit and discuss what we did and why we did the different steps. Maybe painting, why did we distill water, why not normal saline, why not tap water. And then thinking, they go and they think about it and how they can apply and do that in their life. And last one is, when there is an opportunity, they actually go and do that process again. So those are the 4 stages of experiential learning, and that is something we are really encouraging now. And the last one is contextualized learning. Learning in terms of a context. For example, somebody is cooking, you are not going to ask them to teach them how to cut firewood. So someone is building a house, you are not going to teach them how to cook. So based on the context that you are learning, the topic that you are teaching, you teach them based on that, and that is known as contextualized learning. So those are the 4 forms of adult learning that you can think about when you are teaching your students. Then comes part 3, that is learners and the transition of learning. So there is, for example, now what is the question? Second one is, how is this problem like the one I have already solved? For example, a simple example I'll give in terms of surgery. I'm doing a hernia surgery. I did the surgery. As I'm doing the surgery, I find some problem there which is not the usual type of problem that you encounter while surgery. So how is this problem like the one I have already solved? If I solved it earlier, I go back to my previous experience and solve it based on that. So based on that strategy, and then I think whether this solution makes sense or not. And different learning styles. We all have our own ways of learning. No, very rarely do you get people who learn the same way. So there is audio, visual, kinesthetic, and reading and writing. So you know visual, obviously pictures, diagrams. We say picture speaks 1,000 words. So you show picture rather than me putting this in word paragraph of 10-15 lines. In this one picture, you can see that you can do it with pictures, diagrams and illustrations. Kids, school-going children love pictures. We, as examiner who are evaluating papers, love pictures. We love flowcharts rather than those long paragraphs. Then comes listening. So now these days you see everybody, all the students are, wherever they are roaming, they are with earphones. They might be listening to music, they might be listening to Marrow lectures, it can be anything. So listening plays a very important role, and now you all are listening, so that is another. Then comes kinesthetic, so where we are talking about touching and feeling, observation by experience, experimenting. And last one is reading and writing. Some of us, when we were in school, we had the habit of studying by heart. How do you study by heart? Say it out loud. Some of them like to say it in a loud voice. Some of them like to say it softly. Some of them like to write it. Some of them even sing the answer. They sing it in a tune. I don't know, some of you all as parents might be teaching your kids answers based on a tune. So based on that, we can ask you all, what form of learning, what is your learning style? Is it visual? Is it musical or auditory? Physical? You can be very honest, you don't have to feel shy about it. What was your learning style when you were in school or even during your MBBS?
Visual.
Visual. Dr. Siddharth says visual. Yes.
Writing and learning.
Writing and learning. Yes, lot of them have this write and learn. Yes. So it will, that comes in this. So we will put it as here. Read and write. Yes. Anybody for reading loudly? I used to read very loudly. Yes, Dr. Srinivas is with me. We used to read very loudly so that the neighbors also could hear. Anything else? Anybody singing?
I love background music.
Yes, see, that is what I said. There are some who like light background, instrumental music preferably, and that builds the atmosphere. Yes, you can think of next time along with your PowerPoint, add some musical background as well, so that as you're taking the lecture, they listen. Anything else?
Group study.
Group study, yes. One more favorite group study, AJ. I remember back in 2005-06, the library had two sections. One is solo study and the other was called as couples library. So that was the group study library, but it became couples library. Then there is one more, solitary. Some prefer to read by themselves, no disturbance, nobody should talk. So there are those as well. So these are the different learning styles that you should keep in mind. And we end it with teaching and learning, the difference between the two. Teaching is an interaction between the teacher and the students under the guidance of the teacher to bring out expected changes in student behavior. Learning is a process to make some relative or permanent modification of the way of thinking or feeling or overall behavior of that learner. So remember that there is a learning cycle which has 4 stages. So one is unconscious, incompetent. Second one is conscious, incompetent. Third one is conscious and competent. And the fourth one is unconscious and competent. So unconscious, incompetent. The first stage is low performance, no understanding of areas to improve. The drive is also less. You can't even identify the areas in which you have to improve. Remember, we are talking here in terms of us. You have to assess this in terms of your student. Conscious and incompetent. You know the areas in which you are lacking. You still don't have the adequate skills in that area. Conscious and competent. So you have improved your performance and there is conscious effort to improve. Unconscious and competent. So natural, integrated, automatic, high performance. Best example is us coming to college every day, automatically punch, go to the ward, go to the lecture hall, take class, punch, again go take class, punch. So you are unconsciously super competent in whatever that you are doing. So which stage of this progression, now this is the last slide, we end with for today's Rbcw, in which stage of adult learning process are you in? Rukma ma'am is unconscious and competent. She has reached that stage, the nirvana. So we are no longer, ma'am is exempted from rest of the sessions. So she got the right answer. So that is for you all to know, and hope the coming sessions will all take you to Rukma ma'am's level. Thank you. So it can be good entertainment or bad entertainment. Are we breaking for high tea? Yes, so we'll break for high tea. For coffee, no high tea, just coffee. You all, I think Dr. Padmini will want all of you all to come back to your same groups when you're allowed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ryan. We have been circulating to tick your preference for lunch. Kindly circulate it to all the members. And we'll need it at the entrance. High tea is being served in front of the skill lab. We'll break for tea and regather back by 11:30.
Sir, my phone is there. Let it be there only.
Show them. You are veg or not?
Veg, veg.
Veg.
Vinay sir. Vinay sir. Yes, sir, non-veg. Ullas sir, non-veg. Vinay sir is veg.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
One tension over.
Nice one.
Just make to mail over. Just make them power. That's all. ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಾಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಏನೇ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ಯಾರ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದ ಅವು ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಪ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟ್ ಐತೆ ದೊಂಬು ಇದು ಹಿಂದೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಪ್ಪ ಅದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಏನಿತ್ತು ಸಾರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಂಟೆನೆನ್ಸ್ ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು ಮೇಂಟೆನೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೆಲವು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಒಂಜಿ ಜನ ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಒಂಜಿ ಜಾಗ ಇಪ್ಪತ್ತು ಅವೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ ಅದೇ ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಬಂದು ಬರೋಣ ಕಷ್ಟೇ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಬರೋದು
ಹೌದು ನಾವೇ ನಿಮಗೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಂಡೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ನಾಳೆಲ್ಲ
ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮೈಕ್ರೋವೇವ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರಿಗೆನಾ
ಮಂಡೆ ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮಂಡೆ 11 ಕ್ಲಾಸ್
ಅದು ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಮಿನಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ಓಕೆ ಒಟ್ಟು ಹಾಂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ ನನಗೆ ಅಲ್ಪಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಂಥ ಸದ್ಯ ಬಂದು
I'll give you a call. I will inform you.
AJ ನೀವು email ID
ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಹೌದು ಅದು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್
ಇಲ್ಲ
Sir, we are perfectly on time. Next Sushit sir and Shodhan will help us here that we are still.
So I don't know whether I can do that activity or not.
You do activities, you do.
You have it. You inform them that what is the
5 minutes.
Well, then she put it up in a group now. All three.
Yeah.
Mobile charge it. Department, no charge. Mine is a different color. Different brand.
Saturday cancer celebration. Husband Saturday program.
Other companies
So I hope we had a rejuvenating break, tea break. So let us all focus towards the task at hand in groups. So this is Dr. Shodhan, Assistant Professor from Department of Forensic Medicine, who will be taking goals, roles and competencies in the context of CDME. Over to you, Dr. Shodhan.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my pleasure to speak here in front of my colleagues, senior colleagues, friends, and my teacher. Well, after some excellent talks from Ullas sir, Arvind sir, Ryan sir, I hope we'll have or we'll get an understanding regarding what is goals, roles, and competencies. So, what is the objective of this particular session? So, we are here to define what is goal, what is role, and what are the competencies, and what are the relationship between these three parts. Okay, and we will also elaborate upon the competency-based learning. What is goal? General terminology. What is goal? To achieve something. Yeah, we have to achieve something. So to achieve something, we need a path, or we need a guidelines, or we have to go through certain hurdles. Okay. So we had our high tea, supposedly high tea. Okay. So next our goal is to serve you some yummy, delicious lunch. Okay? So, next is we'll serve some yummy, delicious lunch. Okay? So that you can have it. And again, we cannot go further to the sleep mode. We have to come back and we have to concentrate on the topic. So, this is our goal. Okay? If this is our goal, okay, then what are the competencies here? Or who are the roles? What are the roles that we have to take? Or who will support us in this to achieve this goal? Cook. One is chef. Okay. Management. Okay. Participant. Sponsor. NPO status. Okay. Okay. So those are certain roles which will be, which we have to concentrate upon here. Probably a waiter, helper, okay, cleaner. All those roles will be allotted. Now, what are the competencies here? What are the competencies? No. What are the competencies? Competencies is, yeah. What and all you want? It's the menu. Okay. It's the menu. Okay. Competencies are the menu. That is, you require roti, you require samosa, you require dish, side dish, main dish, or starters, sweet, desserts. All those things are competency. Now, how to attain this competency? Objectives. Okay, that is specific learning objectives. Okay, so objectives in the sense we are concentrating upon each part. Okay, you have an entire course of meal. So each part we take and then we see how to prepare a samosa. How to prepare a samosa. So we prepare a dough. Okay, we knead it and we separate it, then we make it a shape, then we have fillings, okay, and then we serve the samosa, okay. So SLOs depends upon the competency. If your competency is veg bonda, same filling is there, but the preparation is different. Okay, filling will be same for the samosa, whatever all the filling will be there. Same thing will be there. We prepare a batter, we put it in the oil and we take out or veg bonda. Same filling, we shallow fry, deep fry. What does it come up with? A cutlet. Correct. So those are the different aspect. Okay, those are the different aspect. Okay, so these are the SLOs. Okay, so how to prepare samosa stepwise. Okay, so that are specifically you are giving or you are instilling or you are introducing it in your curriculum. It is called as specific learning objectives. Okay, specific learning objectives. Okay, so one by one we have objectives. So those objectives together will form a competency, and the main entire competency is to serve a delicious lunch. Okay, serve a delicious lunch. Okay. Now, as we already discussed, we have to achieve the goal. Okay, a goal should be such that we can achieve it. So what are the other different goals? Forget about our MBBS curriculum, forget about those things. What are the other goals which we have? One I have already mentioned, which we are planning to serve you, or we are planning to achieve it. Okay. Any other goals? Build a house. Build a house. Okay, I want to build a house. That is a goal. Okay. Again, there are various roles. Okay. Various roles, various components, various people who are required to build a house. Okay. Then again, there are certain competencies. Okay. Competencies is certain observable abilities. Okay, observable abilities. Okay, so you require to construct, okay, foundation, all those things are required. Okay, then the SLOs, what is required for the foundation? The stone, cement, all those things. Okay, how do you prepare it? Okay, those are the SLOs. Okay, so this is a brief concept of the goal, competencies, SLOs. Okay. 4 to 5 years back, even when I was there as a participant, okay, we had this competency everywhere. In all the next 3 days, you will listen same thing, competency. But how to implement it in an MBBS curriculum, how to go about it is what we are going to teach you, okay, or what we are going to learn. Okay, it is again. Competencies will, whatever the NMC has given us, they are the policies. Okay, they have listed certain competencies. It is not that you have to follow only those competencies. They have broadly given you certain competencies. You have to create an SLOs, or you can create your own competency to attain that particular goal. Okay, for us, the university has made it very easy. They have circulated us certain list of competency. We are following those competencies. Okay, so goal is a broad educational objective or directive. Okay, so it communicates the overall purpose of planned activities. Okay, overall purpose of planned activities. Now, why do I want to design or change the curriculum? Why do I want? Let us take that example of the food, okay, that hotel or whatever business, okay, or serving delicious food. Why do I want to change? It will be monotonous, okay. So we'll take that example only, okay. I want to open a new restaurant, okay, and I want to serve a delicious food. Okay, if you have a hotel or 2 or 3 hotels where same thing is served, okay, that is the masala dosa, ghee masala, then tuppa dosa, then our paper masala, everything. Okay, it is monotonous. You will get it everywhere. Go to Kadri Cafe. You have something new. Ghee pudi masala dosa. So they have changed the curriculum. Okay, they have introduced something new. They have ghee idli, ghee pudi idli. Sorry, ghee pudi idli. Again, everywhere you get idli sambar. Here they have introduced something new. Ghee pudi idli. Okay, so like that, it is always important to innovate so that you can attract people, you can attract the participant, okay, you can attract whoever your subjects are. Okay, so that's why that change in the curriculum was required, or it is required, curriculum or design. It is mainly to achieve the goal. What is our goal in the medical curriculum or in the MBBS? What is our main goal?
Competent medical graduate.
Indian medical graduate. Indian medical graduate. How do we get an Indian medical graduate? Is by competency-based medical education. Okay, competency-based medical education. Okay, so the main goal is to attain an Indian medical graduate, and roles. Who are playing the roles here? Who are the people who can support? See, goal cannot be achieved by one person. Okay, there has to be supportive people or certain people who can help that particular individual to achieve the goal. Who are the people who will help? Teachers, doctors, okay. So, like we have professionals, okay, clinicians, okay, all those people, okay, different roles, they will have to adapt themselves and they have to have different roles, okay. So, these roles, to perform this role or to exhibit this role, you have certain tasks that has to be fulfilled, okay, that has to be formulated. That is called as competencies, okay. So, we have to fulfill certain tasks, okay, we have to look upon certain professional tasks, perform those things, okay, and then the final thing, to perform those tasks, we have split it and we have certain SLOs, that is structural specific learning objectives, okay, specific learning objectives, okay, which it is a structural and functional unit of learning, okay. So, various goals. One of the very important goal of our country or of our government is health for all, okay. And if you talk about this particular MEU, it is to know what are the objectives, what are the competencies. So, you have to know what are the learning objectives. And in MBBS, it is to have an Indian medical graduate, okay. Now, what is competency then? So, we have discussed regarding competency through an example of a hotelier, okay. So, it is to make those menu properly, okay. Make those menu. It's an observable ability, okay. It's an observable ability, okay. So, the competencies, as I already mentioned, NMC have formulated certain guidelines, okay. Either you can stick to it or you can have certain competency of your own so that you can make the teaching better, okay. You can make the teaching better, okay. So, competency state specifically what the student should expect to learn and be able to do upon completion of the program or the state. So, it's an observable ability of a health professional integrating multiple components like his knowledge, his skills, his attitude and his values. It's a general statement that are broad in scope and are typically written at program level to reflect what is expected of a graduate at career entry. They are not indented for individual sessions. The habitual and judicious use of communication, knowledge, technical skills, clinical reasoning, emotions, values, reflection in daily practice for the benefit of the individual, community which is being served. Okay? So basically in a competency we are incorporating all the domains, all the functions, all the cognitive aspect of the medical learning. Okay? So it is the ability to do the right thing at the right time, in the right manner, even in complex situations. Okay? In complex situations also we have to do the right thing. Okay? But it should be within the professional roles or the professional guidelines. Okay? Professional guidelines. Okay? So he can use his internal resources like his ability, knowledge, all those things to get this done, or his external resources like the professionals, patients and the family. Okay? So it's an observable knowledge, skill and or attitudes. It is defined in terms of behavior and it is needed for successful job performance. Okay, successful job performance. So it basically, we have defined this competency on 5 criteria. It focuses on performance of end product of instruction. It reflects expectations that are external to the immediate instructional program, expressible in terms of measurable behavior, use of criteria, okay, for judging competency that is not dependent upon the performance of other learners, and inform learners as well as other stakeholders about what is expected of them. Okay, these are the criteria that is taken into consideration to define a competency. So some of the examples: you have to demonstrate management of uncomplicated hypertension, conduct normal labor, demonstrate ability to manage patient presenting with sudden loss of vision, demonstrate the ability to negotiate as well as to reflect conflicts. So these goals, competency and objectives are interrelated. Okay, all these are interrelated. Okay, so imagine if a goal, or you think that if a goal is to attain a maternal and fetal mortality, to decrease the maternal and fetal mortality in a particular region. So what is the goal of an institution? So we have to teach the IMG, that is the medical graduate, how can we do that? How can we decrease the maternal and fetal mortality? Okay, so there we lay down certain competencies. Okay, we lay down certain rules. Okay, we lay down certain guidelines. And again, the SLOs will be the presentation of those guidelines, or how to reach those guidelines will be the SLOs. Okay, how to reach those guidelines will be the SLOs. Okay. So this part will be discussed later, will be discussed by other MU faculty, but just to know what is the difference between competency and SLO, the competency is student and workplace focused, whereas SLO is basically student focused. Okay, competency where it is, the outcome is related to the workplace. Okay, whereas the SLOs is a single session. Okay, in a single session. So competency we usually start, or we usually tell at the end of this particular course. Okay, at the end of the program, what you have to learn. Okay, whereas SLOs is at the end of the session, teaching learning method or teaching learning session. And competencies are broad, it is complex, whereas objectives are specific. That's why it's called as SLOs, specific learning objectives. And competency deals with all the domains, which again we have topics on domain also, so it will be discussed later. And SLOs is usually related to one of the domains. Okay. So in the year 2018, all of you, the entire country was infected by this particular virus. It circulated, it increased in its volume, and everyone were shocked, everyone had sleepless nights, everyone were haunted by this. Any idea what is this? No. 2018. This document, what was released in 2018. The PDF was circulated in the WhatsApp group. Everyone were talking about it. Everyone didn't know what to do, how to go about. How should we move forward? What is different? Okay? You must have seen 3 volumes. First volume, pre and paraclinical. Second volume, medicine and allied subjects. Third volume, our surgical and allied subjects. Okay? 250 pages volume. They have given us certain competencies. We were told in our department to go to teach like that. Okay? They had put rosters, timetables. Okay, timetable used to go 2-3 pages for a week if they write competency. Finally, they started writing only competency number, and we have to again go back to our mobile, see what is that competency number, what is the topic. So it was so difficult, but 2019 we faced one more issue, the virus again, that is the COVID, which had treatment. It was we had taken booster dose and it is controlled, but this particular document is lifelong. There is no treatment. We have to go with it. We have to learn it. We have to live with it. So that's why we have to know what is competencies, what are the goals, what are our goals, and to achieve that goals, what should we do, how can we educate our students better. That is what we are targeting on. Okay, so a small activity, just 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, group 1 is A, so it's A, B, C, D. Okay, I have given you a topic. Okay, so you have to just write competency. Okay, any competency. I want 2 competencies for 2 different audience. Okay, 2 different audience in the sense year wise. First year, second year, third year, fourth year. Okay, so any 2 year you have to formulate a competency. Okay, so group number A, tuberculosis. Group number A, tuberculosis. Group number B, anemia. Group number 3, hypertension. Group number 4, diabetes. 5 is heart failure. It is very simple, just 2 competencies for 2 different audience. We'll start with group 1. Group A. Anyone? Yeah. I want you to tell the audience first, that is target a student, then the competency for them.
For the second year, that is tuberculosis is the topic for second year. Define pulmonary tuberculosis, discuss the pathophysiology of pulmonary tuberculosis, to enumerate the stages and tell the signs and symptoms of pulmonary tuberculosis, acid-fast staining and pharmacotherapy of tuberculosis. For final years,
This is, you are talking about, yes, competencies. Okay. So competencies should be prepared in such a way that you can create a SLOs from that. Competencies.
Sudden staining, what she told us, is like an
SLO.
So you require what is the lab diagnosis? That
Competencies.
should be the broad, it should be a broader terminology.
Like that. Remember, competencies are prepared in view that we can create a SLOs so that we can get into that competencies.
Basically, it is like a thesis. Basically, it is like a thesis. So the thesis has a title. That is the competency. The objectives in the thesis become the SLOs.
Yes. Can you read? Yeah.
for final year, lab
So second year, let us, yeah.
pharmacotherapy of tuberculosis.
Okay.
And for final years, lab diagnosis of tuberculosis prevention. Yeah.
Tuberculosis prevention program for final year. Okay. Community medicine. Okay. Third year. Okay. Okay. Group B, anemia.
Ours is anemia. Coming to the first year,
Yes.
the first thing is they need to know what is RBC cycle, hematopoiesis, hemoglobin.
Ma'am, can you frame the competency? Frame.
Definition of anemia. Hemoglobin.
This is your audience is the students.
First year students. Hemoglobin percentage. Because they will be doing practically in physiology. Hemoglobin.
First years. Yeah, that's what. No, but the definition of anemia, all those things, we usually go it for second year. First cycle, yeah, agree. Okay. Slide. Okay, that is agree. Yeah, first year. That
appropriate
works.
Hemoglobin percentage.
Cycle, like that.
Describe the stages in hematopoiesis and okay.
Hemoglobin percentage, right? Hemoglobin estimation of hemoglobin percentage. Preparation of peripheral smear.
Yes, that is first year. Then any other?
Coming to second year.
Yes.
What are the diagnosed types of anemia? What is anemia? What are the types, identifications?
Again, ma'am, just as sir explained, appropriate verb or appropriate terminology, define and classify anemia, like that. Yes, interpret the peripheral smear. Yes. So those terminologies are very important when you prepare a competency, so that you can lay down certain SLOs. Okay, you can lay down certain SLOs. Yes. Third group C, hypertension.
What hypertension is and the classification of hypertension?
In first year only.
Ma'am, just to clarify, hypertension usually in first year, nowadays they have that clinical posting or clinical exposure, but actually they will go to clinic and they will see the patient only after second year. So, in first year it is always better to have a basic knowledge regarding blood pressure, how to measure blood pressure, all those things in the first year. Then second year come to hypertension, what are the pathologies, all those things. Final year. Diagnose and treat hypertension. Indications and contraindications of?
Which drugs can be used? Education is an advantage with hypertension. Like some drugs are not supposed to be used.
Is it in final year, ma'am, or is it better to have it before final year, before going to final year? Second year itself only we will teach those, what are the indications, contraindications. It is very important when we prepare a competency to know what is our target audience. Whether they have learned that or do they have capability to learn that particular aspect. Next, group 4, diabetes.
We have been given the task to construct the competencies for diabetes. So for the first years, the first year is supposed to describe the normal anatomy and physiology of the pancreas and to understand the glucose metabolism.
Yes.
To explain the role of hormones and to know the metabolic changes that occur during diabetes mellitus.
Yes, good.
So
Next,
the
first year, yeah.
for the final years, the students are supposed to describe the etiology, pathophysiology, clinical features, diagnosis and management of diabetes mellitus.
Diabetes mellitus or diabetes mellitus complication. Okay, yeah. So that is how we can divide the audience, target audience, and we can give the topic. Okay. Group 5.
Our topic is heart failure.
Yes.
So second year we would like to tell what is definition of heart failure.
Okay.
Types of heart failure.
Yeah. Okay.
Causes of heart failure.
Okay.
And pathogenesis.
Second.
Second year.
But can you put it in a competency wordings? How you want to go? Now, what you have suggested is SLO. I want to, like, one by one you have suggested. In a competency, what do you want?
Pathophysiology in second year.
Pathophysiology in second year. Okay.
At the end of the second year, a student should know the
Definition and pathogenesis.
should know the definition, pathogenesis, clinical features of hypertension. Heart failure.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a. So we are not giving this as a question. If it is an SLO, it becomes a question for a student. This is not like a question. This is what you are going to teach them. It should be a little broader.
Yes. Next, one more target audience.
Final
year.
So lab diagnosis.
At the end of final year, student is supposed to know the lab diagnosis.
Lab diagnosis.
Management of heart failure.
Management of heart failure. Okay. So this is in brief regarding how to go about competencies. Ma'am, Rashmi ma'am, would you like to clear?
No, just one this thing here, we are confusing SLOs and competencies. So most of what everybody said was a SLO. They were very specific. Okay, but
Group D
but
was
to
the Group D was the only one.
But to
which
be
had-
a little on what they also said, this guideline what NMC has given, when they write the word competencies, they have also actually used these words. Alright? So you are not exactly wrong, but then when we are learning the concept, competency is the bigger picture. I would like to be a good driver. That's a competency. To achieve that competency in the beginning, at first year or at the beginning, I would like to know the rules. So recall or learn the rules or memorize the rules. That's at the beginning stage. Second stage, do a training on simulator. So at maybe after 2 weeks of learning the rules, I should be able to drive safely on a simulator. After 2 weeks or after 2 hours of simulator training, I should be able to drive in a vehicle which has an assisted help person to do that. So that is how we climb up the ladder. Finally, to be a good, competent driver. And during the previous session, we learned the levels of competency. So after 3 months of driving class and getting my driving license, I'm still a beginner. I don't reach higher. So what most of the people here are, unconsciously incompetent, unconsciously competent. You press your clutch and gear as if you don't think about it. It takes time to reach that level. So who do you think is the best driver amongst you? Raise your hands who feel you're a very good driver, who loves driving. Anyone, okay? Yeah. Which car do you drive? Which car do you drive?
Wagoner.
Wagoner. Okay, if I give you a Mercedes Benz, just now outside, you be as comfortable driving it. Yes. I hear yes, I hear a no. Why not? You're a superb driver, why not? Because competence is contextual. The same Wagoner, when I learned driving, carrying, driving with my husband was okay. But carrying 4 kids in the wagoner, I never agreed. I'm not that. Now I'm okay. But initially I refused. So competency is contextual. So everybody what we were talking about were the SLOs to reach the competency. So all these terms, I want my Indian medical graduate to be able to diagnose, manage, detect tuberculosis, anemia, all of these things. How do you do them? Post-test. Alright, so I think there are subsequent sessions on this. Right? So
this is just a briefing.
This is just a preview. Right? So let's not get into the action point at this particular stage. We remember they are there. Even in the book, the verbs are all there. So you're not exactly wrong in calling them, but by definition, that's not what is a competency. The big picture, what we all know.
I think SLOs are like steps to reach the competency.
SLOs, we break them down, something like that. There are milestones at each level. So to reach that milestone, each step which I am taking is SLO. So even if I would do a lab test, there are SLOs in that. So I think we have a full session on SLO, so it will be a little more.
It will be clear in future sessions. Okay, just to brief upon regarding these 5 topics, what our NLC or UGC, the undergraduate competency-based medical education guidelines, what they have given is, some of the topics I have just noted down. Okay, so you can see there are different kinds of competencies here. They are concentrating on different domain, they are concentrating on different level, whether it might be skill, knows how, shows how, you will know what are those levels. So there are different levels where you can teach or you can assess the students. Okay, so these are certain competencies which are there in tuberculosis. Okay. So similarly in anemia, okay, there are different types of anemia. So microcytic, macrocytic, hemolytic. So you have different competencies there. How to prepare a peripheral smear also. Okay. Hypertension, again you elicit, document the past medical history, his lifestyle, his medications, his risk factors, everything. So you are supposed to bring those aspects to attain the competencies. Okay, to attain the competencies. So you even communicate with the patients. Okay, you communicate or demonstrate or develop. Okay, so skill-based certain competencies, even that can be incorporated. So diabetes mellitus, again, insulin administration. How to administer insulin, you demonstrate all those things. Okay, just a various level of competencies that can be prepared from one topic. Okay, each topic has around 20 to 25 competencies. Okay, so you have different audiences, different target students based on those competencies. For heart failure, even the ECGs, you can show them. Okay, what are the changes? You can teach them what are the ECGs, all those things. So all those things are different aspect of competencies. Okay, to know or to form a competency. Okay. So although we break this down into SLOs, we break the competencies for our lecture class, we use certain SLOs, certain specific learning objectives. The final output is to get a Indian medical graduate who is competent enough to treat the patient. Okay. So we have objectives which will come into competency, which will gives us the competency, then the role played by all the other aspects, and finally we'll attain the goal. So this is an educational spiral. We have health for all. We need to concentrate on the population, health needs of the population. So we have competencies for that, and we break down into SLOs, plan assessment, teaching learning methods, and other assessments, okay, which will be discussed in future classes. So what is the purpose of this education? What is the purpose of this competency education, competency based? Why it is now and why not, why we didn't have those education? Are we not competent enough? Why do we need this?
For standardization.
Standardization, okay.
Right now we have a lot of other tools to improve.
Tools to improve, yes, okay.
Better clarity in
Better clarity, okay. Update knowledge globally, okay, to go globally, so that even Indian medical graduate who has studied in India can work anywhere in the world with whatever knowledge he has got now, okay. Earlier it was acquisition of knowledge, now it is application of our knowledge. So we can gain so many information, we can increase our knowledge, but if you cannot perform on that particular day, if you cannot treat that individual and on that particular day, it is not enough. It is not enough just to remember facts. Just for exam purpose, you remember facts, you write it down, it is not enough. How to do it? How well you can perform on that particular day, how well you can treat an individual on that particular day, that is what we are concentrating upon. So it is not knowledge now, it is regarding the action, appropriate action by the students. So that is what competency based medical education is about. So it is an outcome based approach to the design, implementation, assessment and evaluation of medical education program using an organized framework of competencies. So we have certain competency which is laid out by the by our NMCs. So it is organized. So students will be trained based on the objectives that are created from those competencies, and we assess, we test those students whether they are competent enough to reach or to achieve that competency. So here the focus is about performance of the end product of instruction. So we use certain standard judgment competencies which is independent of the performance of the other learners. It is a self-regulated learning and it is a flexible learning. So basic difference between the CBME curriculum and the traditional teaching. Earlier the driving force was the content in the traditional learning. Here it is the outcome of the student. Again, the driver earlier was teacher. We used to teach, we used to teach students whether they have grasped, whether they have gained any knowledge, whether they can recollect it and they can reproduce it on the day of the exam. That we couldn't assess much. But now in each step we have assessment. So now the focus, the driver is basically the learner. So goal of the education, earlier it was knowledge acquisition, now it is knowledge application. So the assessment tool, we had only single measure. We used to conduct internals, we used to give marks, we used to clear off, final exam, done. No other assessment. Now each stage we have multiple measures, multiple assessment, skill assessment, different, again it will be discussed. Assessment tools are authentic here, and setting, again it's a direct observation here. Okay, direct observation, each student will be assessed. And criteria based assessment, we have checklist, they have to go through each aspect. And formative, we emphasis on formative assessment. What is formative, summative will be discussed later. And there is variable time in the CBME, whereas in traditional fixed time. Thank you.
In an era before smartphones and smart watches, I had a teacher who during his lecture told, it's okay to look at your watch when I'm taking lecture, but what I will not tolerate is you looking at the watch, tapping it and then hearing the sound whether it is still working. So this 3-day session is something where we begin with in a way where that we think we can tolerate, but I hope you don't get to tap your watches now that smart watches are there. You think it's you're just looking whether it's gone for an update. We are heading towards the lunchtime, and before we have a small session on what exactly is this Indian medical graduate? What are their goals and roles? We have been talking about this new terminology, IMG, and all the speakers have spoken about that IMG until now. What exactly has the NMC or the erstwhile MCI changed from the traditional method? Shodhan already spoke about the competencies, the method in which the SLOs are to be derived and all that. It has always been a matter of debate that whether for a medical student having a talent is good enough. How many of you all really think it is talent that works for a medical student? Talent will include 2 domains. I think domain Arvind will take next. In fact, Arvind said a lot of things that I will be taking. Actually, I'm not taking any of those, but now I will put it all back on him. He's taking quite a few of those topics. So he'll be talking on domains. And in the traditional method, we were using largely if you put it in 3 categories, we used to say brain, hands for skill, brain for knowledge, hand for skills, and the heart for an effective domain. So these were the 3 domains that we traditionally thought that a medical student requires. And talent is having both knowledge and skills. So how many would agree that it is talent that really is the backbone or the only thing that a medical student would require? How many say so? So the rest of you are saying talent is not required? Required. So what else is required? Hard work. Very good. Communication. Knowledge is already in the talent domain. Empathy, effective domain. Now, in 2015, when they first introduced this whole concept of the new medical, in fact, Ashmira is not here, but in fact, when we first went to Calicut in 2015, this whole concept was first introduced to us, graduate medical education. This GMER is the Graduate Medical Education Regulations, which eventually happened after 4 years, but 2015 was when it was first introduced. And they came up with this concept of ADCOM. They first introduced this term ADCOM. What does it hold for? When we went first, it only had ATCOM. That means it was attitude and communication. They added these two terminology, and a very important word, what I thought was significant for a medical student there was attitude. This was the term that probably was never thought of. If a student has only talent, it can open the first door of getting him into MBBS. It may open the next door of getting him a postgraduate or then maybe even a super specialty. But it will definitely not open the final door of being a successful doctor, for which he would need the right attitude. So talent with attitude probably is the key, and that's what I think Indian medical graduate definition has finally changed to. So basically the objective of this session is to give you what the competencies are for an Indian medical graduate, what means in that Indian medical graduate, what are the competencies and what have they developed. So to just put that into a definition, they already had in the existing pattern that the medical graduate should possess knowledge, skill. This was always there, nothing is new here. What has changed significantly over the last few years are the next three words: attitude, values, and responsiveness. Now all these three, like I told, when we started in 2015, it was ATCOM, ATCOM, they introduced an E in between. What that meant was ethics was introduced into this. So what would definitely make an Indian medical graduate the best of the lot is having not just knowledge and skills, but also having the right attitude, the best of values and responsiveness, so that he or she may function appropriately and effectively as a physician of first contact of the community while being globally relevant. So IMG, Indian medical graduate, was also having to be a good international medical graduate eventually. So these are the words that they added up: attitudes, values, and responsiveness. Don't forget these three words. This will play a big role in the entire ATCOM module, what was introduced to students, beginning from the first year till the final year. Every student needs to read this additional subject, and more or less it is not read, because many of what we do in classes are taught. I think attitude, communication has to be caught when you are teaching. So a student will be catching all these important things. So please build up that right attitude in them. So what are the roles of that Indian medical graduate? They then put that up into 5 different roles. Being a good clinician, being a leader or a member of the healthcare team, being a good communicator, a lifelong learner, that I think most of them were anyway all the time. A good example for that probably is our former dean, Dr. Ramesh Pai, who goes to the library even today. So being a lifelong learner, getting into the new aspects of medicine is probably a most important factor for an Indian medical graduate. And finally, being a good professional. Now, if you go through the ATCOM book, each of these have got competencies that have been subdivided. A number of competencies have been there. I think it is 35, 36, I don't remember the numbers now, but it is there in the entire book, where each of those competencies, each role has a specific competency, and that has been divided into the 5 years, distributed very effectively in the 5 years. So for each of those, they have given a definition. Being a clinician is who understands and provides preventive, promotive, curative, palliative, and holistic care with compassion. So there are different competencies. I think this is just an illustration of one or two of them here. We will share that entire booklet which has got that entire competencies as well. Leader and member of the healthcare team and system. Here, in fact, we are also working out in the skill module. Can you have a setup where we can have where a doctor along with the other healthcare professionals, like for example nursing staff, an allied, physiotherapy, and how a doctor can play a role as a leader. They need to be a leader, but they need not be the only leader. They have to be a member of the team, but also show that leadership qualities and how they can be a little different and help in situations where they need to take the leadership roles as well. So this is a simulation module that we are trying to incorporate in our college, where we can have such scenarios where a team is working together and how a doctor can be trained, and along with the other nursing and other staffs also can be trained in that module. So interprofessional relationship and how it can build up, this is something that a doctor, an Indian medical graduate has to learn. A good communicator, I think this is something that holds the key now. How do you communicate with the patients, not just with the patients, with the families, with the colleagues around, with the community around, and also with the interprofessional relationships? How do you develop and how effectively you have this communication skills? And these are now taught to the students with specific competencies to be addressed. Lifelong learner, I think nothing much to explain here, but there is demonstrate how the ability to apply newly gained knowledge or skills to the care of patients, how new updates have to be taken up, how you can make use of technology and many other things, how you become a lifelong learner. And finally, being a good professional who's committed to excellence, not just in other ways, but also very ethically, responsiveness and accountable to patients, community and profession. So these are the 5 key roles that an Indian medical graduate will be playing. It's a C2L2B if you want the short form of it. What is that C2L2B? C2, which were the 2 C's involved? Good clinician, good communicator. L2, lifelong learner, leader. And finally a P, which is a good professional. So the 5 roles of an Indian medical graduate is this eventual 5 roles. So we'll be discussing about a few of them in AdCom again, where a detailed session will be held. So this is just the summary of the 5 roles that an Indian medical graduate should be playing. Right, thank you. Arvind will take the next session with domains of learning. Before we break for lunch, before they start tapping on your mobile, on their watches.
Okay, I promise you I'll try to finish off within 15 minutes. Huh? Why is this topic important? If anybody asks me, the reason is I had entered into my interview for the professor's interview to get my professor, and Dean asked me, "Hey Arvind, what is the domains of learning, man?" He asked me. I got afraid. I thought he asked me a question. Because previously I came to know that Devan sir was sitting inside and he asked this question to the ENT who had come for promotion. So it would be asked as here as a question if you are a teacher in a medical education college. And as you know now, I and Sushit have found a mutual relationship. I'll make him Bakra, he'll make me Bakra. Okay, fine. So we will be learning how to classify and define the learning domains and demonstrate a basic understanding of the hierarchy of progression in each domain. So the session plan, what are the domains, why domains and levels within each domains, you will have to understand. So as he told just now, it is not actually what you are going to teach, it is what the student is going to learn, what is going to make him an ideal doctor. So now let me go into the classification of domains. These are your important domains that you need to know. The first domain is your head. So that is your cognitive domain. So what is it? As you know, what you are going to, what is the word that we use? By heart. What you are going to by heart, what you learn. So this is your cognitive domain. Then you have got the psychomotor domain. So your psychomotor domain is what you are going to perform, what you are going to perform, what you are going to do. And lastly, you have got the affective domain. So affective domain is how you are going to feel for the patient. So let us take for example, we need examples here so that you understand properly. Can you give me an example for cognitive domain? These are your cognitive domain questions that can be asked. List any 5 drugs for any 5 drugs. It can be any questions. I am not going to go into that, but these are all recall. These are recall facts. Cognitive domain. So the cognitive domain involves the development of our mental skills and acquisition of knowledge. The one domain that I have not talked about here, which many medical educationists they tell there has to be used, is the communication domain. We have not used it here, but some people use it in the affective domain. So this is about the cognitive domain. Then you have got the affective domain. Affective domain is the third one. It involves our feelings, emotions and attitudes. We'll go into examples. So how to counsel a patient on antiretroviral therapy or importance of the adherence to antiretroviral therapy. So he'll have to use examples, how it will help him in the treatment. Okay. And lastly, which is that psychomotor domain. The psychomotor domain is comprised of utilizing motor skills and utilizing them. Perform a clinical examination to detect lymphadenopathy and demonstrate proficiency in palpating for splenomegaly. So you are going to use your skills, what you have learned. So for example, perform clinical examination to detect lymphadenopathy. Can you go back and tell me what is the cognitive question? Define generalized lymphadenopathy. That is a cognitive domain question. And second question in psychomotor would be perform a clinical examination to detect lymphadenopathy. And what would be the affective domain? So you have to counsel the patient. I am going to examine you. This is just an example. We might use biopsy to take. We might do a biopsy to find out what is the. You have to explain the patient all the pros and cons of the examination that you are going to do. So these are the 3 important domains: cognitive domain, psychomotor domain, affective domain. Okay, so I hope you understood what is domains and what is the classification of domains. So now, quickly classify the following objectives into predominant domains they fall into. I cannot ask you to write down now, we don't have time, but I will go into it. Causes of hypertension. Very simple, it is cognitive domain. Blood pressure recording. Psychomotor domain. Okay, good. But it also has a part of affective domain also. Okay, then Empathy during history taking. Okay, I use that word empathy. So empathy will be used, it has to be. You are going to put your leg into his shoes. You are going to internalize. So it is going to be an effective domain. Examination of a stroke patient. Now you understand. So it is going to overlap. So you can't be very rough on a stroke patient. You need to have effective skills. You need to communicate properly with the patient party what you are going to do with the patient. Yes? So it is both. But mainly it is psychomotor. Mainly psychomotor and a part of.
Why not cognitive also, sir? Because you will do what you know.
Okay. See, what is the question there? Examination.
Okay.
The word that
it's a combination of.
It is combination of everything. Agreed. So here when we are using that word examination, it goes in favor of psychomotor. Yes, everything is used. Everything will be there. That is, I am not denying that fact. Predominantly it is psychomotor. Then effective, and as you said, yes, he has to study. He has to study how to examine he has to know how to examine a stroke patient. Next, communication with the patient relatives about their diagnosis. See, communication, when I am using the word communication, is mainly effective, yes. Now to communicate, we will be using the other terminologies, effective and what is that, cognitive also. But when it is communication, it goes in favor of effective domain. This communication, they are telling that many medical educators say that use it as a separate domain. Causes of dyspnea, cognitive domain. Classification of analgesics, cognitive domain. Dressing of a malignant wound or a diabetic wound, psychomotor and effective, but mainly it is dressing. When you use the word dressing, we have to be a little psychomotor domain. Then steps of lumbar puncture, cognitive domain. Mainly, please, you are just recalling the fact. So it is cognitive domain. Not performing. It is not performing. Steps. Asking. And then side effects of drugs. So it is cognitive domain. I hope you understood all the important domains here. So this is your classification of domains and how to utilize them in your further classes that are going to come forward now. Competencies and your SLOs. Now a little bit about the hierarchy of each domain. I have to explain you. So in cognitive domain, you have to use increase in complexity as learners develop deeper understanding. They start to apply this knowledge, so application. They ultimately synthesize this knowledge and then they evaluate what they have learned. So this is your revised Bloom's taxonomy hierarchy of cognitive domain. So first the patient will remember, yes, he will recall. Then he will understand. Later he will apply the facts. He will analyze whether he has done it correctly or he has to improve upon that. He has to evaluate and then he has to create his own. Maybe in the higher learning order he has to create his own methods. This is your revised Bloom's criteria for hierarchy of which domain? Of the cognitive domain. So remembering. Recall previously learned information, name the hormones produced by the thyroid. So these are the different verbs that can be used for knowledge progression. Define, describe, enumerate and list. Yes? So that is about remembering or recalling. Next one is understanding. So comprehend the meaning. You have to comprehend the meaning. What are the verbs that I have used here? So describe, discuss and summarize. So these are the understanding words that you will use for verbs you will use for understanding. Next you have to apply. So apply ability to use what has been learnt in appropriate situations. Example, explain the pathophysiological basis of clinical signs and symptoms of thyroid dysfunction. So what are the verbs that you can use now? Determine, utilize, establish and as I have already told, explain. Applying. Next, analyzing the facts. So now you have to separate material or concepts into component parts so that the organizational structures may be understood. So you have to distinguish between facts and inferences. Interpret the clinical findings and reports of investigations of a patient with hyperthyroidism. Words that you can use here are assess, infer, recognize, etc. These are the verbs. Evaluating, I will just be telling the verbs. So you have to assess, judge or review. Example is select the appropriate therapeutic option for a given patient. Select the appropriate therapeutic option for a given patient. Again, this is cognitive itself. Creating, lastly creating, what is it? Build a cohesive structure from various elements, synthesize parts together to form a whole with emphasis on creating a new meaning or structure. Example, design a process for effectively screening Alzheimer's disease. Other words that can be used are construct or compose. If we have really more time, we could have done some questions. Can anybody compose a question with the construct? Anybody?
Mini-mental state examination.
Lovely.
For Alzheimer's.
Okay.
There is something called mini-mental state examination.
Okay. So
to assess, that is design a process where they
design a process for
screening Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's disease.
Okay.
Something else?
Compose a diet chart for
Okay.
somebody at the
Okay. So that is cognitive, totally cognitive. It is cognitive. Nothing to do with psychomotor and okay, like that. Okay, so now that was about the cognitive domain. I will not go into this. Next one. So I told you all the words. To recall, the words used are define, identify, label, name, repeat or list or describe. These are the words used to recall facts. To interpret facts, these are the important words used: compare, contrast, compute and analyze. For problem solving, you have plan, predict, synthesize. I told you the different words. Why we keep telling about these words is the question paper has changed now. If you have seen the question paper for CBME, anatomy, anybody remembers? Anybody here anatomy? Nobody is here? It was 2.5 pages, I think so, no? The question paper itself was 1.5 pages. 15 minutes to read the question paper only. So these are the different words that will be used. Next, coming to psychomotor domain, it involves physical movement, coordination and use of motor skills requiring practice and is measured in terms of speed, precision, distance, procedures or techniques in execution. Psychomotor domain of learning skills, it interprets imitation. It involves imitation, control and automation. So imitation, what is imitation? Madam, I think she just actually took that driving, she talked about driving. So how do you imitate first? You will give me an example in medical, how you will imitate. You will see the nurse doing the PP cuff, how she puts the PP cuff. So yes, that is imitating. Then after that, in a controlled environment, you will do it on your friend. On your friend you will do it. And then automate is later, as you go into the procedure. So exposed to an observable action, nurse attempts to copy it step by step, and example is perform CPR on a mannequin after observing a demonstration. This is imitation. Control demonstrates a skill according to instructions, differentiates between the different sets of skills and chooses the appropriate skills for a task. And at last he is adept at handling instrumentation. Lastly is which one? Automation. So automation, automatism, high degree of proficiency in using the skill, performing a CPR on a patient, that is skilled and proficient. So nobody will be worried about doing a CPR in a plane or in a train. That is the last one. So these are the different words that are used. Imitation, repeat, mimic and follow. Control, perform without error or assistance. The questions, these are the verbs that can be used. And in automatism, demonstrate proficiency in the CPR or perform automatically. These are the words that can be used. So this was about which domain? The psychomotor. The last domain is affective domain. So it involves attitudes. Sushit has talked so much about attitudes. So it also involves communication skills and most importantly, ethics. You have to feel the patient's emotions. There are so many complaints let me not say complaints, let me say the patient has got metastasis all over. Should the patient undergo chemotherapy, radiotherapy, etc.? What the patient party tells is, I am just waiting for the daughter to come from USA and I will let her talk to the doctor. After the doctor has talked with the daughter, they change the doctor. Because the doctor has told very clearly, not in uncertain terms, there is no use in going for chemotherapy or radiotherapy. Because the lifespan is very less, very short. But how the patient has communicated is a point to be noted. It involves our emotions, feelings, values, our appreciation for things and our enthusiasm, attitude and motivation to do something. So these are the three levels for which one? For affective. Receptivity, response and internalization. Receptivity, it implies sensitivity to existence of a phenomenon. So you are willing to receive. Awareness of an anxiety in a child to undergo phlebotomy. This is an example that I take very personally because I know my kid. He will take vaccinations, he will take, but removing blood to phlebotomy, he will never agree. So how are we going to actually, you can't shout at the kid to tell him that, come on, let's go get your test done. You're only shouting at him. So your willingness to receive the fact that he is afraid of phlebotomy. Response implies sufficient interest in phenomena and notice to do something about it. He develops the ability, so your doctor develops the ability to allay the fears of the child. So you will take your own time to explain the child what is the problem, how much time. What is that word we use in pathology? We use it. Antibiotic. Is it? Iruve chuchinga. Don't do it. We keep saying that, yes, mosquito bite. It is just like a mosquito bite. So we keep telling all those words. They are important in your response towards that child. And lastly, internalization. The perception of phenomenon has found a place in your own scale of values. That is, you are empathizing with the patient. You adapt yourself to the values of a person as if you are experiencing the same phenomenon yourself. And lastly, demonstrates the ability to empathize with the child and parent whenever the situation arises. So now what are the words used? For receptivity, accept, willing and attempt. To response, support, you support the child, and internalize, you counsel. You will come across, keep these words in your mind. You will be asking later which word to use as you go tomorrow. So these were my session plans. Lastly, these are your important hierarchy in each of the domains. So cognitive domain, you have the recall domain, the interpret domain and the problem solving. Psychomotor, you imitate, you control and then you automatically do that. Affective, you have receptive, response and internalize. So this was about your topic on domains of learning. Please keep this in mind because as we go ahead in the afternoon and tomorrow, we will be asking you, so what is your psychomotor? If you have done a competency, how will you evaluate it in the psychomotor domain? How will you evaluate it in your affective domain? We are going to ask you all that. Thank you very much. Let's have lunch.
Okay,
Participants, please note, will reassemble back in the hall by 1:45. 1:45. Thank you. Lunch is being served. Punch is not required for the participants. Evening punch is required. MCI punch is necessary, but not the college punch. Afternoon. Lunch is being served.
They have all gone.
ಓಕೆ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಉಂಡ ಬೇತರ ಓಕೆ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಓಕೆ ಸರಿ 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 ಇದು ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಇದು ಸರಿ ಅವು ಇದು ದಿಕ್ಕಾಗ ಎಂಚ ದಿಕ್ಕಾಟೆ ಎಂಚ ದಿಕ್ಕಾಗ
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ವ್ಯೂ ಹಾಕೋಣ
ಇದು ಎದುರು ತೋಜು
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಪದಾಗಲೇ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂಚೆ ಇಂಚೆ ಕೊಡ ಮೂಲ ನೀರೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಿದೆ
ಮುಪ್ಪದ ಅಂಚೆ ಬಿದೇ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ
ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬೆನ್ಸ್
ವಿತ್ ಪೋರ್ಷನ್ ಕವರ್ ಆಫ್
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿಕ್ಕನೆ
ಮುಪ್ಪದಿಂದ
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ವ್ಯೂ ತಿಕ್ಕು ಅಂತ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ತಿಕ್ಕುನಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸಿದ್ದು
ಶಿವಾಂಶಿ ಮಾಡತ್ತ ಬೇರೆ ಜನ ಬೇಕು
ಮುಂದೆ
ಹೌದಾ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಒಂಚೂರು ಅಂಚದ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಲೂಸ್ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಒಂಚೂರು ಲೂಸ್ ಬಂತು ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಅಲ್ಪ ಅಲ್ಪ ಬೈತ ಅಂಚೆ ಅಂಚೆ फिरते तो तुम्हारा टाइट ఉంటయ్యా ఉంటుండ కదా
అంటే కొంచెం గమ్ము వాడాలి ఫెవికాల్
లంగ్ సాకెట్ ఇచ్చేది
ఇద్దా
లాటికి ఎత్తుదా కొంచెం కరెక్ట్ ఎత్తుంది ನಾನು ಲಾಕ್ ಹಾಕಿದೆ
ಯಾಕೆ ಒಂಜಿದೆ ಪುನಃ ಒಂಜಿ ಕಟ್ಟ
ಲಾಕ್ ಆರದಾ ಬಿಚ್ಚಿ
ಚಾಕ್ಲೇಟ್ ಐತಂడి ಅಂಜಿ ಏರ್ ಪೋತೋಡಿ ಒಣಸಿಗೆ
ಯಾಪೋ ಕೊಡಿ
ಅಡೆ
ಟಿಫನ್ ಕಲೆ ಒಂಚೂರು ಅಲ್ಪ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಹಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೆ ಲೂಸ್ ಅಂತ ಗಾಯ ಹಿಡಿದು ಅಲ್ಪ ಎದ್ದು ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ ಒಂಚೂರು ಟೈಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಉಂಟಾ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಮೇಲೆ कूलर खुलने का मंद डालना
ಅಡ್ಡಾಡ್ನ
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿನ ಅಡ್ಡ ಟೈಮ್ ಐತೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ವೀಕ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಒಂದು ಒಂದು ತುಪ್ಪ ಹೈಟ್
ತೂಕ ರಾಜನ ಸಚಿನ್
ಒಂದು ಟನ್
ಉಂಡತೆ ಕೈ ಬಾರ ಅಂದಾಜು ಲೋಕ ಈತ ಅಂಡತೆ ನನ್ನ ಮಂಡ ಅಡ್ಡ ಅಪ್ಪಜಿ
ಕುಲ್ಲ
ಸರಿ ಪಿದತ್ತಿರ್ತದೆ ಇಟ್ಟೆ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಲು ಇರೇ ಮಂಚ ಮುಲ್ಪಗುಳು ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಮುಲ್ಪಗುಳು ಅಂತ ತಿರ್ಗಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅದೇ
ಎದುರಿಗೆ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರ
ಮುಂದೆ ದಯಗೊಂಡ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಯೂ ಹಾಕೋಣ ಅಲ್ಲ ಮಂಡೆಲ್ಲ ಜೂಮ್ ಜೂಮ್ ಲಾಪನತ್ತೆ கம்மி ஆல்ரெடி எங்கே பார்த்துருக்கேன் போடுங்க ಕೆಲವು ವಿಷಯ ಕಂಡಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಗ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು ಮಂಚದ ಕಾಪುಲಿ ಬೇತಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮಗೆ
ಯಾವಾಯ್ತಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಇರಾನೇ ವಾಲ ಸಿಗ
ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಣ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಣ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಎಂಕದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಸಡನ್ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಆಯ್ತು
ಸಡನ್ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಆಗಿ Pero tu warga ya tanana.
Sedikit aja.
Saya mau lihat ranci kan. Ini ranci.
Itu ranci mana? Berapa kita?
Kata. Ini cepat. ఎక్కడ దాతే తోజు చూడు
లైవ్ ఆఫ్ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಇದು ಎక్కడ ದಾತೆ ತೋಜು ನನ್ನ ಕೆಲವರನ್ನ ಮಂಡವರು ತೋಜು ಓಕೆ ಇದೇ ಕಲ್ಪ ಕುಲೊಂದು ಇದು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್
ನಾನು ಜಾಂಬೋಗಿ
ಇಲ್ಲೇ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದರ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮೇಲ್ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಚಾಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಓಕೆ ಅಂತ ಸರಿ
ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಎಲ್ಸಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
Same thing, sir. Last time they had announced before the COVID, that during that post-COVID time, then they just made a WhatsApp group and the program never happened.
We connected to online.
Oh, online.
We decided different.
Oh, online, okay. This is my first program. Sir, start, sir.
Yeah, basic.
Yes.
What about there's absolutely no distance. This entire thing is on
Nothing. I think this whatever new additional application also an incentive. Already they are being payments for and they want to more for free. But you will after taking so much trouble and so much time. Like
Explanation of only one bottle. If you take
when he was the dean. But what made him to receive the... He is waiting to stab me. So lot of viewership for him. So that means it will good amount. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. So big amount patients, yeah. Also, but no, by YouTube itself, yeah. It must be there. Tons of patients. And they calls is more than the actual consultation. Yeah?
There should be an open forum. My experience, my experience, your experience. Everybody, we have to go. That's called NTDC, National Medical College Teaching Training Center. 14 days. Come in.
They pick you no recommendations. Yeah. Travel accommodation are there?
Yeah, it's travel plus luxury. Inside the campus.
To all the special.
But I'm not everything. Because now on the other point, my student, assistant professor,
Snacks and coffee. Bill was 35. I was surprised. Because if you have here in our canteen, it becomes 100 plus. But on your half class, this also just you want to make 3 sessions of all time, we'll do it and it will go become
Your name is what will be speaking.
Colorless and just they sip and they keep it. Nobody else will feel like drinking. It's a waste. It's good. Just sip on sip and then just put it back. Who will take?
Here there is no board saying return on
After domains, I forgot what it's called. Last session, the previous session, so I forgot what it's
Good afternoon all. I once again welcome all of you back to the postman session. We have been given a very difficult task of keeping your attention focused on this postprandial session. I hope myself along with Dr. Krishna will be able to do justice. So I would like to start off with this particular question. Think about the last class you taught. I'll give you a few seconds. Long back? It can be a UG class, it can be a PG class, no issues. So I guess you have thought about the topic what you taught last. Okay, my next question. Can you list all the points that was covered by you in that question, in that last topic that you took? Okay, but then you still get the list of things that you had in mind that you wanted to deliver into the students. That list you get, right? So now the most important question. Can you list all the points learned by the students? Or at least try to list your students. I mean, don't assume that they should have learned. It's not like that. Yeah, we do not even evaluate. That is what sir is telling. Alright, so my question is, why is question 1 easier to answer than question 2? Because you didn't evaluate. We didn't evaluate the students, but at some point we do evaluate them, right? So can you predict what exactly they write in their answer papers, and is it always right, your prediction? Is it the same things that you taught that they are writing it back? So why is there that kind of a gap? Okay, so I agree with that answer. The level of learners are different and the amount that they grasp. But to some extent, we talk about a lot of standardization, quality assurance. So what are we doing about it? We have to have this competent Indian medical graduate at the end who's fulfilling a certain basic competency. That is our aim. That is what we are all here for. So how do we ensure that? Can we give it on put it on the burden of the students that there are different types of learners? Their IQ is not enough, their SQ is not enough, their EQ is not enough. I think that is not a valid justifications that we can give as teachers or as facilitators. So that is CBME. The whole point of CBME is to come out with a curriculum such that a competent Indian medical graduate who is a 5-star doctor is coming out of the program. So we have to have some kind of a quality assurance, and we have to really think about the question number 2, and we should be able to answer that question. So in that context, myself along with Dr. Grishma from Biochemistry, Associate Professor in Department of Biochemistry, are going to deal with the present session on specific learning objectives. So I would like to tell the specific learning objective of my session on specific learning objective. Because any session that we take as facilitators, it is always ideal to let the audience know what is it that we are going to do it. So at the end of this session, participants should be able to, number 1, define specific learning objectives. Number 2, discuss the importance of specific learning objectives. Number 3, list the qualities and elements of specific learning objectives and categorize it into various domains of educational objectives. These are the SLOs of my session on SLOs. Last but not the least, there is an activity-based session, so we all have to be awake at least for the purpose of doing the activity, which is keenly observed by our NMC observer. Frame the specific learning objective in their own specialities. So first and foremost, I would like to talk something about, there are different objectives levels. First and foremost, we have AJ Institute of Medical Sciences, the institution. So institution has an objective, which is called as institutional objective. So what is the main objective of AJIMS&RC? IMS. I'm not talking about HRC. IMS, which is medical college. We begin, the students join at first MBBS and they graduate, they go up the course and finally complete the final year MBBS and then come out as Indian medical graduate. So what is the institutional objective? Yes, creating an Indian medical graduate is an institutional objective. So that also can be called as a program outcome. The MBBS that we run at AJIMS is a program. MBBS is a program. It can be MD, it can be postgraduate programs, and any MBBS. Similarly, the other apex bodies have their own programs. For example, Allied Health Sciences can have BSc, Tech, and all of those programs. So these are all different programs. So institution lays down the objective of preparing a competent Indian medical graduate, which is an institutional objective. It is also the program outcome. Objective is always aligned to the outcomes. This is something that I am going to be reinforcing again and again. Next, after institution, underneath the institution, what comes? In order to achieve our Indian medical graduate, who comes next? The individual departments, all autonomous departments, they run the course. They do not run the program. For example, Department of Physiology is not running MBBS program. What we are delivering is a physiology course. Now that is called as course outcome. In the sense, students should, I'll start with the first program outcome. Students should be able to recognize and manage all the commonly occurring diseases. Now this is something an Indian medical graduate should be able to achieve. This is at the institution level. It is so broad, a big umbrella. This is how do we go to the program outcome? It is through some means, through the branches. If this is the entire trunk of the tree, through the branches we achieve this trunk. So now students should be able to recognize and manage the commonly occurring disease in pediatric age group. Somebody from pediatrics? Yeah, Dr. Ashwati. So what you are running, this is a course outcome in your department. So you are not running the entire MBBS program, but you are offering the course of pediatrics to a MBBS graduate. So that is the course outcome. And ultimately, how do we go about achieving the course outcome? It is what the earlier speaker, Dr. Shodhan, he was talking about competencies, right? The entire pediatrics is broken down into, I don't know the exact number, some number, let us say 150 competencies. And what symbol do we use for pediatrics? PE. So PE, NMC has come out with splitting of the entire course into competencies. But then it is our job to break down this competency further into course-specific objectives or course-specific outcomes. Okay, so that is where the facilitators at the department level are working. Of course, for Rajiv Gandhi colleges, things has been easy because Rajiv Gandhi has given out all the SLOs for each of the competency in each of the courses. And it has issued all the specific learning objectives. But that was not a case in my earlier place of work. It was a deemed to be university. We can come out with our own specific learning objectives. Competencies are given by NMC, but the facilitator can choose and decide what exactly should be the SLO because the facilitator is considered a subject expert. Subject expert has that, of course, he or she has to follow the validity, reliability and all of those testing that has to be done at the department level and then pass the specific learning objective. So the specific learning objective also called as a course specific outcome. Again, I reiterate the fact that objectives should be linked to outcomes in the sense what we are telling students is what they will be referring and what you will be evaluating. It's the same thing. It should all be aligned. What you deliver should be the same what the students will also give it back to you in the sense you don't teach them how to cook rice and then expect chicken biryani at the end of exam or at the end of the course. So what you give, what you would have labeled, they very particularly follow it. They ask us back, how could you give chicken biryani in the question paper when the syllabus was only preparing rice? So that is where we have to close the gap. Now the importance of objective is that it is playing a very important role in what is called as educational spiral. I am using certain medical terminologies. These are not very complicated, it's just that there are neologisms here, new words are coming out. But then it all makes sense if we sit back and realize that when educational objectives are very much important for planning the evaluation. Did we even think about it? I mean, when we go for a class, say hypertension, do we really have evaluation in our mind? Earlier it was not the case. But then CBME is insisting that we have to go with a very well structured plan to the class. what is it that the student should be able to get back during the evaluation process. So SLO is directly linked to planning the evaluation. All of this is unsaid, but it is for the facilitators to assimilate. So if you have the evaluation in mind, then when you are implementing that particular session, you will go prepared with what is it that I am going to be delivering to the students. Say hypertension. Can any participant please tell me what comes to your mind? Okay, I'll tell level 2 learner, that is professional year 2, and hypertension. What evaluation do you have in mind for hypertension? Pathophysiology of explain in detail pathophysiology of hypertension. So if we have to, as teachers, facilitators, have to go and take this class, what will we think? I mean, how do we want to put it across to the students? What do you want in their answer papers? Yeah, so you want the side headings like, etiology or exactly, you want the definition first probably, and then etiology, then the causes, then exactly the pathophysiological mechanism. So you are going to take under subtopics. You can think of various ways. For example, you can come out with a concept map when you are delivering this particular session to a professional year 2. Go to the class with a concept map. Deliver it appropriately, because I think in papers, all of you do not expect answers written like social studies or history. Do you all want to count the number of pages for the answers for giving marks, or do you want to search for keywords and that kind of stuff when we are evaluating? So we are looking at important points. We are not bothered about the number of pages they write. So do you prefer a flowchart or a concept map kind of presentation, or do you want it to be written like pages together, line after line after line? But then keep in mind that when we are delivering a session, we would have taught them like that, pages together, line after line after line. So ultimately we cannot expect them to come out with these kind of concept maps or the kind of key points, because they are at a loss that what is the key point. They are all strangers to it. We have been in this particular field for a long time now, we know what is key points, etc. But that is not the case with a beginner, at least an undergraduate. But then as it goes, it becomes better with a postgraduate. So ultimately, for planning and implementing an educational program, defining the educational objectives become very important. So this is all a spiral. It's like course correction is in place. If at all we take the hypertension class and the kind of answers they have come out with is not we are not happy with that, then we can always do the course correction and deliver it in a better way. Moving on, now this is called as a golden triangle. Golden triangle has 3 points, and these are all very critical for implementing the curriculum. That is, the specific learning objective is the very most important point. I mean, similarly important, it is not most or less. Then there is the planning of the teaching learning activities, and of course, assessment is at the other end. Now this forms the crucial triad of implementing a successful curriculum. Having said that, the goal of learning is like that of a target board. And what is this arrow? To achieve that target, there needs to be an arrow. And what is the arrow here in the context of education? The arrow in the context of education is a specific learning objective. Each of our learner is here. Okay, he gets into the medical profession, MBBS. They're all here. But they need to become a competent IMG, the 5-star doctor. So for that they need to traverse a path. And for traversing competency is achieved, the course outcome will be achieved, and once the course outcome is achieved, then the program outcome is achieved. So that is how the hierarchy goes. So objectives are the arrows that help the learner to reach the target and is going to demonstrate mastery. Well, in case of CBME for an UG, it is competency. Competent should be able to observable ability, that is the competency. Okay, so now there is a comic strip here. I taught Stripe how to whistle. I don't hear him whistling, as what the other guy tells. I said I taught him. I didn't say he learned it. So this is not, this is the thing. So we should know what the learner should be able to tell. So that is how we go about tackling this particular session. So no objective. No, if we go with only hypertension in mind and see, all of us can talk. I mean, we have been trained for talking. We can talk for hours together. We can go and take the class, but then it is like shooting without a target. We can tell a lot of things about hypertension and come. We can even go to any extent for that matter. If some kind of a transplant has happened in our family, we can even talk about the transplant for a hypertension class and somehow link it and while away our time. But then of course, we have not done justice to what is expected from us. So no objectives is like aimless shooting. So do you all agree if it is required at this point of time? Anyone who wants to say otherwise? And if so, why? So we all are on the same boat that objectives is required for delivering a particular competency. If not, you can come out with. Yes,
I have already objected is specific. I mean, what we are talking about is MBBS curriculum.
Yes.
This is quite vast.
Right.
So you are talking about specific learning things. If you are confining yourself to a small subject, it has to be that you have to stimulate them to read others. You can't take all the theory classes, all the subjects cannot be taught in a theory class. You have to stimulate them to read by themselves. So that is the reason I am not very much for this.
I accept yours, ma'am. Many people have told that we are narrowing down the capacity of our MBBS students. We are narrowing it down too much. It is puncturing a hole in their curiosity. You are just giving your spoon feeding, even rice tube feeding. So basically, this particular program is a time-bound program. When it is time-bound, if we do not lay down a basic minimum which has to be known by most of the students, then we are not giving them the basic foundation at all, ma'am. This is, for UG at least, it is for giving a competent Indian medical graduate, but not a proficient or an expert one, which will happen eventually during a postgraduate program. So for the main program outcome of undergraduate or MBBS program is an Indian medical graduate who is competent. Competent comes in Dreyfus skill acquisition. There is a table there where we go from, as ma'am had told earlier, from novice, you climb up the ladder till proficient. So competency comes somewhere in between. So we are basically laying down what minimum is required within a time-bound manner. We all agree that there is no end to learning in this particular course. Every day there are a lot of updates in each and every field. So basically we have to define to an undergraduate what needs to be known, must know. It is not, good to know. It is must know, at least that much. That is the reason why we have to lay the SLOs. It is not for puncturing the curiosity. CBME has given this option of SDL, self-directed learning, for that very purpose, what you told, to invigorate their curiosity and let them do their own deep learning. That is what the aim of SDL in CBME is. But at framing SLO, we are looking at majority of the graduates who should be competent when they come out at the end of internship. So that is the reason why specific learning objectives have to be laid, ma'am. Any other queries? Okay. Moving on, so need for specific learning objective. It is definitely required for micro planning, our learning session. As I told earlier, if we had hypertension in mind, we should know what is it that the student should be able to at the end of the session. So that is micro-planning. We dissect it out. Definition of hypertension, etiology of hypertension, classification of hypertension, cause, okay, so on and so forth. So we should also in addition know what are the essential qualities of specific learning objective, or the attributes I can say, and it is composed of something called as elements. So I'll come to all of these. As I told you, it is all probably neologisms to some of you, but it is always there. Now earlier session by Dr. Arvind, Bloom's taxonomy, he told that for educational objectives there are 3 domains, right? So just to reinforce that fact, cognitive has everything to do with knowledge, good. And affective is to do with behavioral, that is affective domain. And psychomotor is skill. So all of this goes hand in hand whenever a medical student has to be a competent IMG. Now coming to Bloom's taxonomy, a little bit, as sir has already told, he has told that at the basic level there is something called as remembering. It's just vomiting out whatever is learned. And then we climb higher up the ladder. Now for this particular slide, what I want to stress is, we as facilitators should be aiming to put in the SLO in the higher order. If at all we had started with define hypertension, we should see to it that we are able to make the graduate come to the higher level of critical thinking. Now during COVID times, we had to go all in the online mode, right? And we have conducted internals also in the online mode. So what was that basic guideline that was given for the conduct of online internals? Do not ask low level questions, which is direct, you can directly open the textbook and you get the answer, boom, in front of you. So what kind of questions have to be framed? Something which the student has analyzed, understood and then able to reproduce. Now that would be an assessment which is valid for that kind of assessment. That is online assessment which without any proctoring, that is nobody monitoring, and they are at home at their own comfort zone. So that is what we as facilitators during implementation of CBME should be aiming at. We should be aiming at allowing the student, like ma'am told, as we go higher up this particular ladder, the curiosity in the student will get generated. They will go into deep learning. They will want to know how exactly hypertension, the pathophysiological mechanism, and know in depth about it. So that is what the CBME wants to let us do for the particular purpose of achieving a course specific outcome and then the course outcome. So sir has already told, Dr. Arvind sir has already told that there are action verbs to be used. So when I talk about the elements of SLO and what exactly, all of these are readily available. So basically these are the action verbs that we should use when we are framing our SLOs. So the action verbs will be used depending on the level of the Miller's pyramid. So knowledge we have define, identify, describe, recognize. If you see all of this, these are all just direct memorizations which come out. Okay, memorize, illustrate, quote. Understand, that's the next level. Understand, how can it be reworded better? Please do not write understand in the SLO. Now that is a big no, because understand is very non-specific. Student cannot really understand what you understand by understand. So understand is a problem. Instead you can write summarize, interpret, classify, compare, contrast, infer, these kind of words. And apply, solve, change, relate, complete, use, sketch. So many of these action verbs are freely available in the public domain for the purpose of constructing the SLOs. Analyze, contrast, connect, relate, devise, correlate, illustrate. So these kind of action verbs can be used. Evaluate and create, which are at the highest level. Evaluate, see, all of these, we do not expect all the competencies to reach this highest level of action verbs for a learner of MBBS. Okay, so all of this really depends on the level of the learner. First MBBS students, if we start asking design the pathophysiological mechanisms of hypertension, then that is totally, irrelevant for a first professional year student. It is not, because at that level of learner, the person has not climbed up the ladder yet. He is at the very rung of, which is a bottommost rung of learning. So of course, the evaluate, create and all of these becomes to be achieved for more number of competencies as the level of the learner goes higher up. For example, when they reach OBG and pediatrics and surgery, and you will be for many of the competencies able to use these particular action verbs. But that is not the case for a first year medical facilitator. So again, when we use these action verbs, they can definitely be classified into the particular domains that sir has already told. I'm not going to, depending on the competency, we can classify into different domains. For example, communicate the diagnosis of AIDS to a patient. Communication. Where will that come? I mean, yeah. So depending on the competency, we can further classify into various domains. So coming to the qualities of a SLO. So nowadays, what are all this that is there in the market? We are all smart. We have smartwatches, we have smartphones, everything is smart about us. So similarly, let us also make our SLOs smart. Okay, so SLOs, the qualities should be smart. What is the meaning of SMART now? That is an acronym. S stands for, it has to be very specific. M stands for, it has to be measurable. It has to be achievable, realistic and time bound. Okay, these are the qualities that are SLO. We should be aiming towards constructing an SLO which fulfills all of these qualities. So what do I mean by specific? Here is an example. This is the first thing. At the end of the lesson, the student will be able to understand asepsis. Like, I'm also lost and so will be my student. Understand asepsis, I mean like what? It's like totally non-specific. It is not specific at all. The student is at a loss just like the teacher. But then teacher can deliver. One hour class, maybe 2 hours if you ask also, they can talk on this. So let us be more specific. At the end of the lesson, the student will be able to demonstrate the aseptic precautions before giving an IM injection. Able to list the universal precautions to be taken for prevention of spread of AIDS. Now, does that give us more focus? To us as well, to the learner and the facilitator, if we go with this kind of a focused objective in our mind, then we are really giving the student a target to achieve. Okay, and he or she will use the arrow that you have constructed for their purpose to achieve that particular competency. So what is the meaning of measurable now? At the end of the session, students should be able to grasp the significance of health education for prevention of malaria. Okay, that's all. Right? Is it measurable? Like how will you really as an evaluator give marks for this? I mean, they will write pages together, but what is it that we are looking for? It's not measurable in this particular construct. So let us look at this. At the end of the session, students should be able to make a 10-minute presentation on prevention of malaria in simple language to patients in the waiting area of OPD. Is this a measurable thing? If we give it to the student and use it as an evaluator, can you like kind of have a checklist with you and give exact marks which might not be variable at all? If both the madams sit and have a separate checklist and then come out and compare your checklist marks, it will be almost the same. But if I had given the first thing and asked you both to measure it, I don't know what the marks would be unless you have spoken beforehand and decided what marks to be given. So that is what we are talking about, the measurability. And then the action words, as I told earlier, we have to do away with, better avoided are these kind of non-specific terms. Know, understand, comprehend, grasp significance of, become aware of, appreciate. Now these words might be there in a Bloom's taxonomy, but better to avoid this. Rather we can go for list, classify, demonstrate, name, select. So that we'll get what we are looking for. Achievable. At the end of the lesson, the student will be able to perform tubectomy independently. Achievable, even for a final year MBBS student. Is this an achievable thing? So depending on the level of the learner, we have to really think what is it that they can do, and we should expect only that much. We cannot have a lot, as I told earlier, chicken biryani instead of the rice that we have given to them. We should not have expectations that is really not achievable. Then it should be relevant. At the end of the lesson, student will be able to discuss in detail the steps for performing a heart transplant. We are talking about an Indian medical graduate, MBBS, okay, and we are expecting him to write in detail the steps of heart transplant. So is that relevant for a competent Indian medical graduate? Should that person be skilled in doing a heart transplant when he finishes the MBBS program? No. So it is not relevant at all to the program that is being offered. So again I want to re-emphasize this particular hierarchy, that is at the institution level there is goal, and then we have the roles, that is we can say delivering of various courses, and each of the courses will be broken down into several competencies. For us, the National Medical Commission has already given us all the competencies for each of the subject, and underneath, that is competency is a broad umbrella in which, under which we have to create our SLOs. SLOs can be created by subject experts themselves by truly following steps of validity, reliability, etc. etc. So under competency we can have the various objectives. Now I want to clarify one more thing. See, one competency need not be achieved in one session at all. Competency is very broad. You might have to take 2 to 3 sessions for that. There might be several SLOs under each of the competency. But for a session of, we have 1 hour's class in which the attention span of students is not more than 20 minutes, 20 to 30 max. So don't put SLOs which are 7, 8, 9 in number, or even 6 for that matter. 4 to 5 is more than enough. So if we are not able to achieve our competency within that 4 to 5 SLO, it can go into another session. So competency is a broad thing, which is a very broad topic, which has to be achieved by putting up well-planned SLOs, and our assessment should be in line with that SLO. We cannot have evaluation which is totally not coherent with what the SLOs that we laid out. Okay, so let's, so the qualities are over. Qualities of SLOs are SMART. SMART, that is, S is for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound. So these are SMART objectives. Let's come to the elements of SLO. Now I am talking about all of these parts because we should know the parts when we are constructing our SLOs. So basically, element is, there is an audience. When we go for a class, who will be the audience? The students. It can be UG, PG, anyone. So there should be an audience. There should be a behavior indicated in your SLO. I will come to that. What is the meaning of behavior? Then there is this particular context or the condition. And then last but not the least, there is a degree. Now this is very simple to remember again. It is A, B, C, D. A for audience, B for behavior. Some also have written it as A, B, C square, D. But left to you, okay, C is for context or condition and D is a degree. Now these are the elements of a SLO. I will explain further with example here in this particular slide. So let us come to the audience first. So audience is the student. Next is, at the end of the session, the first year MBBS student should be able to give, okay, I won't tell first year student, let me tell it as final year medical student. Final year medical student should be able to give IM injection. Now this is a behavior. What is behavior here? The act of giving intramuscular injection. In an adult patient under aseptic precautions, what am I laying down? I am laying down the conditions. I am laying down the condition. Twice under supervision and once independently. What am I further telling? I am laying down the degree of accuracy that the learner has to achieve after undergoing that particular learner session. Now, do you think this is SMART objective? Tell me if it is specific. Is it specific? Yes. It is specific. Do you think it's measurable? I am not a final year facilitator at all, but if I have the checklist in hand, can I also do the particular evaluation here and come out with the same marks as a final year evaluator? I can. It is very specific, it is measurable. Is it achievable for a final year MBBS student? Has to, okay, or maybe intern. I can even tell intern. Achievable, relevant. Do you think it's relevant? Definitely. We need this particular competency. And then relevant and time bound. So it is timely, like you give a particular session for over a week of practice, ask them to come to skills lab, give a session initially, talk about asepsis, talk about all of those, get them to sim lab, get the training done, finally you sit for the evaluation and lay down all this criteria. Will it be time bound and achievable? Yes, it is. So this particular SLO can be executed very well for an MBBS program. So this is a SMART objective which will help us in achieving the course outcome as well as the program outcome. Okay. Next, I will give you one more example. Audience, again the student, should be able to intubate. Do you think intubation is a behavior? Able to intubate. It is a behavior, at least in medical education terms. So intubation is a behavior. Context and condition, a neonate within 30 seconds. Degree under supervision. So here I want to reiterate the fact that not all of your SLOs will have all the elements. Do we really frame to this exactness each of our SLO when we go take the class? Sometimes not possible, right? For hypertension, define hypertension. The student, audience can be told, the student at the end of the session should be able to, what is the behavior for define hypertension? Define itself is a behavior. Okay, define hypertension. It is not time bound. I mean, you will come up with this particular question in a examination, written examination. It is time bound, which is a 3-hour paper probably. So it can be time bound. For definition, you would want the same statement what is there in the textbook. So with 100% accuracy, you want a person to define. Or hypertension, there is a criteria, right? What is the criteria for hypertension? There is a JNC criteria. We can lay down that particular condition. Okay, so JNC criteria will be the Joint National Commission, whatever, the 7th Commission criteria can be laid down. Degree, it has to be 100% same as that is laid down in the criteria. It has to be the same. So 100% accuracy, the student should be able to define hypertension as per the JNC criteria. So I think all of it is there in that particular SLO, but not necessarily all SLOs can be specified with condition. Okay? So now I want all of you to identify what is the A here. A is for audience. A is for audience. Who is the audience here? Student. Good. What is B for? What is behavior here? Excellent. Behavior is should be able to measure. What is the C for? Condition or the context. What do you think it is? An infant using an infant measuring board. That is the condition you have laid down. And then degree. Degree is maximum error of 1 centimeter. I hope you got the point. SLO. Yes. Now this is a SMART objective and it has all the elements in it. Elements is A, B, C, D. Any queries at this point? So again, little more examples for the particular domains. Cognitive, describe the knowledge that learners are to acquire. So that is cognitive, purely telling out the knowledge component. Affective is describe attitudes, feelings, disposition that learners are expected to develop. As sir has told rightly, passionate and all that. Then psychomotor, relate to the manipulative and motor skills that learners are to master. Okay, so these are the domains of learning. The SLOs have to be further classified into these particular domains of learning, and accordingly you have to implement the further things which will be taught by the future speakers, the teaching learning methods, assessment, etc. Okay. The student should list the steps of CPR. This is cognitive. Student should be able to perform CPR will be? Sorry? Perform? Psychomotor. Okay, we will come to that. Okay, so students should be able to communicate the patient's critical status and prognosis to the patient's bystander. Okay, now perform CPR it is also a affective domain because it is a behavioral change that can come automatically. Automatism is there in affective. Okay, an expert unconsciously or as ma'am told earlier, the skill when it is achieved, it can become effective as well, performing CPR. So now there is an overlap between the domains. There can be an overlap. You have to really look at the context. For example, the third psychomotor domain, communication skill is coming into picture here. It is a skill of communication, which is part of AIDCOM module, which will be very critical for an intermediate medical graduate. Okay, so there can be overlaps, but depending on the context, depending on the things that you have, competency, as particular to the course that you are delivering, you have to appropriately design. Okay, can all of you come out with few more examples? The group E, cognitive, can you give some examples? Give me any example. Cognitive, knowledge.
Define epidemiology.
Yes, excellent sir. Define epidemiology. That's what sir has told. Can I go to the next team? Affective domain. Affective is breaking bad news. And then the psychomotor domain. Skill, measuring BP. So I am sure that you all understood the domains of learning and as well as the SLO, the kind of objectives, that is a SMART objective and the elements of SLO. So I will wind up with this particular example in physiology. We will move on after that to the activity part where all of you will be expected to come out with the SLOs. So an example in physiology lecture session, specific learning objective, at the end of this session, students should be able to name the hormones secreted from each of the cell types of pancreatic islets. Please mind that I have not written here degree, I have not written because it was not appropriate for that class. Where it is totally expected, you have to put in, and if there are degree and conditions, you have to put in. But for that particular SLO, it was not necessary as decided by the experts. Outline the steps involved in the biosynthesis of insulin and its release into the bloodstream. Describe the mechanism of insulin action. So these are the SLOs for a particular lecture session for a level 1 learner. So now we move on. I invite Dr. Grishma. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kabir. So as a part of the activity to develop the SLOs from the competencies, in each of the tables we have been provided with the competency sheets and another sheet where the SLOs can be made. So there are about 6 competencies, if you can see, from different subjects. So each team can pick out 2 competencies and develop SLOs. So you can divide yourself into 3. Take 1 competency. 3 team members choose 1 competency and develop SLOs for that. Other 3 team members for another competency and develop the SLOs. So I hope the activity is clear. So there are 6 competencies mentioned. So you split yourself into 3 team members. So each 3 team members choose 1 competency and develop the SLOs. The other 3 team members another competency and develop the SLOs. All 6 2 competencies. Total there will be 2 competencies. 2 competencies as a whole. 2 competencies.
So,
I mean, you can discuss and then flame and write out.
Any one we are.
Any one you can do. Which one you want to do?
I'm okay with 1, sir. We'll take the bottom 3. And choose 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3.
Again, choose 1 competency, other 3 of which choose 1 and develop the SLOs.
People started learning ABCD again. To learn so many years.
What all I have to do? What are this one? I have seen no, see, this was I think it was quite the plan. And we only prefer the same topics, just make it more
participants, please note, there are 3 columns in your particular activity sheet. First, of course, you will lay down the SLO, that is, you are going to frame the specific learning objective. The second column is K bar, S bar, C bar, A. K is for knowledge, S is for skill, C is for communication, and A is for affective. So we all know the domains of learning. So appropriately you write the SLO belongs to which particular domain. The third column, if you notice, it is knows. K is for knows, KH is for knows how, S is for shows, SH is for shows how, and P is for performs. Now this is nothing but the acquisition. You know the Miller's pyramid, we are climbing higher up in the pyramid. Knowledge is nothing but it's there at the base of the pyramid. And then we have the know-how. Knows how is just above the nose level. And then shows we have just over that, is able to show it. And shows how, that is really interpret how exactly. And P is perform, that is the topmost level of Miller's pyramid. So please do put in the SLO and identify which level it belongs to. And as I told earlier, our aim as facilitator should be to construct the SLO to achieve the higher order of Miller's pyramid. We should aim towards that.
Please note the teaching learning method and assessment column need not be filled. The session will be continued tomorrow and the same sheet will be used tomorrow. So those 2 columns they are not touched upon. Still to be taught tomorrow. Teaching learning method and assessment.
Sorry everyone, please don't fill these 2. You will have the same sheet with you at time.
One SLS, for example, for first year they can give the layers of skills management. For second year, it's okay fine. For final years, it changes.
They should know what for they have to do in the future. All that is there. Disease state, no ideology,
Usually they can consider for which level they can second year again they go.
They should know future.
So how many days later on they can take only
All of that is
second and third also they can. Time is there? 2:45. Nothing else. Then we can spend time here. Very
Research on the cell.
Sir, if you put touching it, if you put touching it, is should be able to describe audience include everyone. Be able to the end of the session. Day 3 ಜೋರು
Finished activity. Anyone from group A? Any volunteer for group A?
Start from here.
Group B, yes, it's ready.
Okay, we have set SLOs for CM552, that competency says that describe and demonstrate the correct method of performing nutritional assessment of individuals, families and the community by using appropriate method. That is the competency given. So we have set 3 SLOs to meet this competency. First is a third year student. At the end of the session, a third year student should be able to describe nutritional assessment. That domain is cognitive. That level is knowledge. Teaching learning method is lecture.
That may come to it later.
So second SLO, third year, at the end of the session, third year student should be able to list the methods of nutritional assessment.
List the methods of nutritional assessment. Excellent, sir. Again, the domain is
Cognitive.
knowledge.
Third thing is, at the end of the session, third year student should be
Can we all listen to group D, please? Can we all listen?
Should be able to demonstrate to measure anthropometric measurements. Sorry, at the end of the session, third year student should be able to take anthropometric measurements at the family level with minimum error.
Yes, sir. Can you further tell us what that minimum error is? Can we lay it down? The accuracy is specified, but can it be little more minimum can be
within 1 centimeter.
Within 1 centimeter accuracy. That is excellent, sir. So, sir has very well, the group, actually we have to give a round of applause to the group. They have identified the competency and very well laid down those SLOs, and as we see, they are progressing towards higher order of learning. They are going towards, first it was only the cognitive domain that they addressed, but later on they went to the higher up domain of actually performing the particular assessment. So a round of applause to this particular.
Save my because I am HOD.
Excellent, sir. We are very optimistic that you will deliver the CPM. Yes. Next speaker. Can we all listen to Dr. Pratnya?
Competency number 25.12. So the competencies at the end of final year, the student should be able to define AIDS and describe the lab diagnosis and management of AIDS, and also communicate to the patient in the OP. Yes, so I have laid down the SLOs. Yes. First SLO objective is to define AIDS, and the domain is knowledge, is cognitive domain. And every student should know this, the definition of AIDS.
Oh, correct.
Second one is to describe the lab diagnosis and treatment of AIDS. So that in that the lab diagnosis comes under the cognitive domain, that is knowledge, and treatment involves the psychology.
I have a question here. Interpreting the lab diagnosis. Do you think interpret is it coming in knowledge or knows how interpretation? It is a higher order.
Knowledge and
knows how. Yes, it is little bit on the higher order. Knows how. It is interpret. Yes. Performs. In the same SLO. So basically, we have to really plan out our session of how many hours we need to achieve all of this. This is not an achievable thing for one session. If you can put it as subsequent session, that will be my SLO. It would be more apt because this is not an achievable thing if it was a 1 hour session.
So lab diagnosis will be one SLO.
Exactly. In the next session, we will continue or something of that sort. It has been split out. So we have to make sure that the SLOs are laid down in such a manner that it is achievable. It is the A of SMART. Excellent.
Communicate and consult the patient and family members.
Yes.
So that involves the affective
domain. Correct.
And this year the student should know how to speak to the patient and family.
Communication is performing. So do you think, again, as I told earlier, all of this is achieved not in a single session, right? We have, not in, you're talking about workplace-based assessment here, which is directly communication, but then this is achievable only in a set number of sessions which has been planned accordingly. So very well laid out. A round of applause to group D. Oh, that's not good enough, the applause. Thank you so much. Can we come to group T?
Our competency is PA 19.4, that is describe and discuss the pathogenesis, pathology and differentiating features of Hodgkin's and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So these are the following SLOs. To define lymphomas and classify lymphomas, the domain will be knowledge and level also will be knows. Next one is describe the pathogenesis of Hodgkin's lymphoma and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Describe the pathogenesis. So what domain do you, it comes in the knowledge domain, right? 11? No. Pathogenesis. Don't you think it is, knows how, isn't it? It is little more higher order. They know the exact mechanism of, something. So that is knows how. Yeah. Next.
Discuss the gross and microscopic features of Hodgkin's and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. That is knowledge and how.
Knows how also, right? Because during pathogenesis they will talk about, isn't it? It's knows how.
Classify the histological subtypes of Hodgkin's lymphoma.
This is knowledge.
And enumerate 5 differentiating features between Hodgkin's and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Yes. For a phase 2, professional year 2, appropriate, and is it achievable within an hour's time or within one session? Probably it has to be split down and continued. We'll have to see the time and see if it's achievable, definitely relevant, measurable. All of that criteria is fulfilled here. Excellent. A round of applause to Akansha and team. Over to the next half of Group D.
We have taken the competency SU 5.3, that is differentiate the various types of wounds, plan and observe management of wounds.
Okay, sir.
So our objective is at the end of the session, a 4th year student should be first SLO is to define and classify wounds as per ASI guidelines.
Very excellent. What is it that laying down? They're telling as per ASA guidelines.
Specific object, I mean, it has to be a cognitive
guideline is condition. ASA guideline, not any other guideline. It has to be according to ASA guideline. That's a condition.
No, domain is knowledge.
Yes.
And level is knows.
Knows. Excellent.
And second SLO would be to analyze and determine the etiology of wound in the outpatient department. The patient presented to outpatient department or in the ER.
Okay. After defining, immediately they go on to
exams.
Is there a gap there, sir?
No.
You have just started with
No, the question
for level 4.
Competence is that much only. Competence is specified in competence. Differentiate the wound type, various types of wounds, plan and observe management. It's given. So accordingly we have.
Yeah, alright.
So analyze and determine the etiology of wound.
Yes.
So the management etiology should be known.
Yes.
So this is knowledge as well as skill because examination is included.
Correct.
To analyze.
Correct.
So it means knowledge and skill.
Knows how, not only knowledge.
Knows how is the level.
Knows how is also there. Correct.
Knows how is the level.
Correct.
Domain is knowledge and skill.
Correct.
That is cognitive.
Correct.
Then third objective would be to enumerate relevant investigations.
Yes.
To
Yes.
plan the management,
Yes.
you need to know what are the investigations to be done.
Correct.
This is knowledge based.
Is it?
Domain
Why
is-
will they ask for that lab investigation? It is knowledge domain. Level?
Level is knows. Knows how.
Knows how. Otherwise, how will they? It can be KMTH. Yes. It can be KMTH. Otherwise,
Fourth one would be to discuss the diagnosis and treatment plan with patient and attendants.
Okay, sir.
This is communication.
Very nice. You have tried to.
All included.
That's excellent.
And knows how.
Yeah, knows how.
And the fifth one would be
Communication is there, no, sir?
communication and affective work.
It can be skill also, right? S also.
Communication.
Communication is
Shows, no, this is not skill. Shows.
Communication itself is a skill also. You can add. It's a skill also, communication. That is shows. That is shows. Correct.
Next one is explain the steps of wound care.
Yes.
Both medical and surgical.
Okay.
So this is knowledge again, knows how.
Knows how. Okay, fine. But is this achievable? Like what is your plan for the entire competency to be achieved? Timeline. I'm talking about timeline because SLO have to be framed keeping timeline in mind. So this is not achievable for one particular session.
So it might require 5 OPDs.
Exactly. One block, I don't know hospitals then, or 1 or 2 months. The SLOs. This is dispersed.
That's not one day you can't achieve this.
From the beginning till the end.
because it is traversing across the levels of learning. So that takes time to acquire for the learner.
In 2 months surgery postings.
That is excellent.
Clinical
So
postings.
your beginning, your at the end, the student should be able to at the end of the surgical postings. So that's how you should do. Excellent. So a round of applause to this particular team who has tried to traverse the entire spectrum. Well investigated and well done. Yes. Let us come to group C. Yes. Can we all listen to Dr. Sarima?
Observe. Competencies, skills. We have to prepare for the competencies. Internal 16.5. Perform, document and demonstrate the physical examination based on the history that includes general examination, including an appropriate abdominal examination. So the objective, specific learning objective, at the end of the class,
at the end of the
session,
and this session is your first session itself?
Yes, and this is a continuation of the previous 2 or 3 sessions that we already had. This is a continuation of that.
Okay, right. So this is her third session, ma'am is telling, and she's already continued with the SLO. She's midway between. So what she's talking is the continuation of a particular SLO. So we should all keep it in mind that competency is very broad. So SLOs can be split across till that is achieved. So ma'am has come to the third session of that particular competency.
Yes. So at the end of this third session, the student should be able to enumerate all the causes of pain abdomen.
Enumerate all the causes. If they don't know one person,
enumerate 5 causes of pain abdomen.
Yeah. So she's specifying the it's measurable and
yes. And
any 5
to be able to explain, so that will be the knowledge domain, and level is also knowledge. And the student should be able to explain to the patient that he is how he communicates to the patient regarding how the examination will be done.
You mean to say consent will be taken?
Consent will be taken.
Okay. So we communication also taking of informed consent from the patient for the purpose of examination. Alright.
So that
So then
will
we
be
come
an
in
effective domain.
Good. Effective domain.
And this will knows how.
No. Shows. It's communication. It is skill. He or she has to do it and show. So that is shows.
And then third objective would be to elicit the tenderness and there is one in 5 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
Patient is already in pain, so
within 5 minutes. Time. Okay.
That was time. Domain is a skill and level will be to perform.
Yeah, that's it. Round of applause to the who has also tried to go into different domains and also show us how to climb higher up in the hierarchy. They have gone from knowledge to knows how to, shows how to perform. So that is what they have done. A round of applause.
Confounding factors.
Yes, sir. Can we all listen to Dr. Srinivas here?
Yes. Our competency is to demonstrate the correct examination of the lymphatic system.
Can you all listen to Dr. Srinivas?
Demonstrate the correct examination of the lymphatic system.
Yes.
It should be done by a final year student at the end of the final postings in surgery.
Excellent.
So the first, you should be describing the lymphatic system. It should be by the final year student.
Yes, sir.
You should be knowing about the lymphatic system. It should be known.
No. Yeah, but what's a word that you put? Should be knowing is very
Describe to the
exactly. We want that action verb in place. Describe the lymphatic system. Alright.
Next, he should demonstrate the different methods of examination of the lymphatic system based on his anatomical knowledge.
Okay, based on his anatomical knowledge. Okay, demonstrate. But can we be more specific, like
to a particular lymphatic system?
Yeah, different methods of examination. Is it very specific? It is little big. Can we be more specific?
For particular lymphatic system which is supposed to demonstrate.
Examination of axillary lymph node.
Regional
Cervical lymph node.
something like that. Yeah.
It should be shows.
All right, shows and shows. Oh, this is for a
Third, he will be explaining to the patient about the method of examination.
yeah,
Before
like ma'am
performing,
told, act of taking informed consent from the patient for the purpose of examination.
That is, he is
No, but
communicating.
do we ask consent after demonstrating the different method of examination? That has come in the second SL. You already demonstrated the method of examination. After that, we are asking for consent. Yeah, it should be in the right order. Right order should be followed. So take the consent,
And then demonstrate.
then go ahead with the demonstration. Yes.
Last, he will be performing the examination of the lymphatic system. That is skill.
Okay. So I think these two are an overlap, right? You can just limit to 3. Okay. Yeah. So well written. Again, they have explored and they have gone to the higher level. Of course, as we all notice here, the competency chosen are all level the third year professional year MBBS competency. So we can see that the level of learner is little more higher, and hence we have to use the appropriate action verbs according to the level of the learner. So that is an excellent work by the group 3. Let's come to
Taken the EN 5.4 demonstrates the correct technique to instilling topical medications into the ear, nose and throat. So this is the 7th term at the end of the second clinical posting of the first they have to be able to list all the antibacterial topical ear drops, its indications and its side effects. That would be there.
so list all, like 100%.
Yes, all of them. There is people listed in them earlier.
Yes.
Should be able to
Correct. And if at all, in the sense, what I'm trying to tell us, our SLO should be in line with the outcomes is what I told earlier. So if they don't list all, that means we are going to cut the marks. If they don't do that 100%. Yes.
And in psychomotor, first they have to be able to perform the installation of the. We will specify that they have to use ciprofloxacin ear drops, and they should be able to do it in such a way that they should know how to pull the pinna of the ear. I mean, pinna of the patient, and the patient has to be in a lying down position.
Okay, you are describing the entire process, but if we have explained to them, you would have. But in SLO, how
we would be perform the installation of ciprofloxacin ear drops in a patient.
5 drops?
No, that I will be checking.
Yeah.
Because I have already explained to them this.
Okay.
So they should be able to know that 5 drops in the line of position with their observations here on the medical.
On a medical, in a simulated
Because we won't be able to get patients here. But and what we'll check effective is whether the procedure has been explained to the patient prior to starting this installation. And we will take consent of the patient, and they should have had a bystander by the patient. They would have had to request a bystander because they feel dizzy or something. So all these things should have been explained to the patient previous to installation.
So how do we put it in an SLO? Can you please read out the SLO? Explain the.
No, these are things which will be testing on them.
Right, ma'am. But those are for your checklist. But when we are telling you, I have asked you to fill the SLOs.
Yeah.
So how do you want to lay down the SLOs? Explain the
Procedure of instilling ciprofloxacin ear drops in a patient with localized anesthesia.
That's it.
You want to explain the procedure or discuss it? I would like to say the procedure being performed. One is the mistake, then one is
He's dumping on me.
Yeah, I say based on I want them to perform. So that will show me all the steps, whether they need not list it.
So
but
it
when
wants
they
out in a sequential order or demonstrate the procedure. So the moment we change from what the student has said, if I list everything like that,
yes,
if I say demonstrate sequentially, so I use
observe also that.
But if I say perform the excellent
Performance also. I would like
then perform
as per the checklist. Add it as per the checklist. Because different books, different teachers.
I thought that I would have already explained to them these procedures.
When you say you, it can refer to you, it can refer to a guideline given by the University of AJ. It can be a SOP from the state association. So there are two teachers. You follow what's in AJ, I follow Karnataka. So it's always to qualify what do I mean by what I have. Because multiple teachers, multiple students, multiple batches. So some uniformity has to be. Yes. So if you play around with those words, that changes the way a student looks at and how you also.
Thank you, ma'am. So, excellent discussion here. So, the underlying importance here is explain the procedure is what madam had written. So, we play with the action verbs a bit, like, demonstrate. We use those kind of words, then the way it is done by the student itself changes. So, that is the take-home message here. All right.
We are going with 9.2, that is describe the steps and observe assisting in the performance of an MTP evaluation. So we are taking this one, interns were posted in OBG after 2 months actually.
At the end of OBG posting for the intern.
About MTP. So basically they should be knowing what is MTP, what are the indications for MTP, who can do it, where it can be done, all those complicated, all those, that is cognitive development which they should be knowing. Then coming to psychomotor, they should have observed at least 10 MTPs so that they will be able to know it. So then we'll be allowing them for assisting. So then how to demonstrate perspective, how will you the speculum, how will you be able to hold the cervix, all those things. Of course, they will be only assisting, we will not be going beyond that. Then they should be able to explain the steps of MTP. Then demonstration of procedure in which they can only explain. They will not be allowed to do it. Maybe simulation can be done. Then coming to affective, they should be able to explain the indications and take the consent from the patient. Then also about the complications which might be involved, immediate complications and late complications. They should explain
Yes,
the consent.
Yes, ma'am. Excellent. Ma'am has categorized it into different domains for the purpose of the learner. And one suggestion here is we have to use that particular Bloom's taxonomy action verbs when we write down the objectives. So when we put it up in a PPT and when we share it with the student, they look at these action verbs and then decide how to go about answering this particular question. So we will have to use that, but appropriate domain-wise. I mean, it is right, what ma'am has told us right, and please use the Bloom's taxonomy often when we create the SLS. A round of applause to both the ma'ams. Can we move on to the number 1 team, group A?
Perform basic surgical skills such as first aid, including suturing and minor surgical procedure in simulated environment. So objective is at the end of this session, final year second quiz.
Which session, sir? One theory session? What session will that be?
Surgical posting.
At the end of the surgical posting for a final year medical student.
Be able to perform first aid, including suturing under aseptic precaution.
Able to perform first aid under aseptic precaution. So SLOs should not club two things. So you will have to, explain it out. So perform first aid, then that will be the next objective, sir. So two things.
So suturing.
Suturing, can we have more specificity there? I mean, suturing, it is too broad. Should be able to perform suturing. Of a skin wound, okay. Where, sir, like, in a simulated environment. Okay. right? Without any errors, like, fully accurate, 100%.
Two times.
Give some conditions like that, like, after, within this many tries. So you, actually why I'm telling all of this is, those conditions can be laid down in your particular SL. Not all SLOs we can do this, but when we can do it, we have to do it, right? Lay down all the conditions, degrees, etc. Okay, sir. But do you want to achieve, see, it is a final year student, do you want to achieve this particular SLO by, writing down, or do you want it to be in a sim-based demonstrate or something? Demonstrate would be better. So your SLO should be like that. Demonstrate the steps of. Yes, that is most appropriate. And yeah, we'll come to teaching learning methods where it will be re-emphasized. Yes, the skill is already there. It is coming to the skill component. It is a psychomotor domain.
Communication with the patient and take
for the affected domain,
yeah. Also the explaining procedure.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Taking appropriate informed consent from the patient and then explaining the procedure to the patient in a understandable local language, right? So we can put these conditions for this particular object.
So level knowledge of critical and
for the first one, it's knowledge. Yeah. But later on, it is all coming in skill, psychomotor, and also affective domain. The informed consent, explain the procedure, and taking the consent. All of that, there is affective domain as well. Yes. And the level?
Level is able to
perform. Yes. Appropriate. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Can we have the next? Over to Dr. Ashwati. Let us listen from Dr. Ashwati.
We are describe and discuss the mechanism of modeling, clinical features, investigations, and plan management of fracture of hospital interest. So at the end of this very session, final year students should be able to describe the mechanism of injury or fracture of proximal humerus.
Describe the mechanism of injury. So, madam is talking about a theory lesson. At the end of a theory session, describing the mechanism of fracture. Then
describe the clinical features of fracture of proximal humerus.
Describe the clinical feature of fracture.
Then interpret X-ray findings of fracture of proximal humerus.
Interpret the X-ray findings.
And plan a management of the fracture of proximal humerus in an adult.
So, are we looking at a lecture class here?
Yes.
Okay. So, subsequently we will learn about the various teaching learning methods and all. We will have to know that we have to always have a appropriate SLO to the TL method that is being implemented. For the particular first two SLOs, a lecture was fine, but the third and the fourth, do you want it to be, interpreting an X-ray in a large group by one facilitator on the stage? Is that an appropriate? It wouldn't be an appropriate way to achieve that particular SLO. So we will plan out that subsequently.
Skill. That is a skill.
Yes.
The first.
Yeah. What I mean to say is, for this lecture session, the SLO is not really appropriate. We'll have to have another session. Call them in small groups. Have a clinical session in the small group session. That is, we have to have that kind of a session for this particular third and fourth SLO. So we can plan it to the next session. Excellent. So can you please explain domain and level?
The domain was the knowledge for the first.
First two objectives both were knowledge. Interpreters knows how was
skill and knows how.
Yes.
And plan management is also knowledge with knows.
Knows. Plan the management is level will be knows how. Planning a management is usually a knows how, because you have come to that particular protocol of management because you know what is to be done. It is little more higher up. It is not just knowledge. Okay, Dr. Ashwati. Anything more to add and any inquiries here? Fine. method, and so it is achievable, but in 2 sessions. So we'll word it that way. At the end of the small group session for a final year, we can word like that again, and then can continue with your essay.
Excellent work by all the teams in deriving the SLOs from the competencies given. So this theme sheets to be preserved for tomorrow's TL session and assessment. So later you'll be able to connect one with the other and clear-cut objectives can be.
So, yeah, we have come towards the end of this particular session. I hope it was a good learning session, and I hope you have sort of understood the basics of it. And we'll move towards tea break right now. We'll all have a tea break. 15 minutes tea break.
Ahead of time.
Where is the attendance sheet? Is it sheet somewhere around? Attendance sheet. Request all the participants to sign the afternoon session also for today. Day 1 afternoon.
Two more days.
From our day-to-day session.
Okay, so values, yes. So these are my first one, which is this. This is essay type answers in Muntananatra, which I will not be taking. You take it. Test item requires a response composed in the form of one or more sentences. ಇದು ಕಳಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ. Then I will go into short answer questions. What are short answer questions? What is the structure? What is the advantage? What is the disadvantage? How to design good SAQs and making rubrics of SAQs on that. I will talk about SAQs for 28 slides. So slowly I will take it. ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋ ನನಗೆ ಇದು ಹೋಯ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಬೆಳಗಿಂದ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾಕಾಯ್ತು.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಮೇನ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಎಷ್ಟು
ಹಾಗೇನಿಲ್ಲ 2 ಅವರ್ಸಿಗೆ ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಮೇನ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮೇನ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಒಂದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ
ನೋಡಿ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಐಟಮ್ requires response on a test assessment test item. More sentences, 17 slides. Accuracy and quality can be judged only subjectively, so this is a disadvantage. It is not objective. Utility next of essay questions tests knowledge, reasoning and ability to organize ideas, allows free and effective expression, relatively easy to frame. Objectives identifies situations where essays can be used for evaluation as a preferred tool, improving objectivity in framing and evaluating essay questions. So at this point you ask them a question. Give me an example of a long question which cannot be evaluated in any other method. ನಿಮ್ಮ anatomy question ಎಂತ ಮೀಡಿಯನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು Earlier, what was the method of median question? No?
ಅದೇ ಒಳ್ಳೆ just median now 10 marks.
ಹಂಗೆ ಸೊ ಹಂಗೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿ ಸೊ ಮೀಡಿಯನ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮೀಡಿಯನ್ ನಾವು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಫ್ರೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ಲಿ ಅಂಡ್ ಅನ್ಅಂಬಿಗ್ಯುವಸ್ಲಿ ಡಿಫೈನ್ಡ್ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟೆಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಇನ್ ಸ್ಟಿಪ್ಯುಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟೈಮ್. ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಫ್ರೇಮಿಂಗ್ long answer questions? Wording of essay questions, it should have clear terminologies. List, define, outline, summarize, enumerate, compare. Which are the words to be avoided? Discuss, because your discussion might be different from my discussion.
Correct.
So it is better in a short answer question, in the main question, long answer question, to answer only must know competency. These are the limitations, inconsistencies and time consuming, leave scope for guesswork, lack of objective. You have to ask them first. Then you tell. Slowly, and then you tell. And improving objectivity. How do you improve the objectivity? 2 plus 2 plus 6. You provide the marks allotted for each component. Explain extradural hemorrhage, 8 marks. What is the difference between these two? With a labeled diagram, explain the mechanism, causation, source of bleed, clinical features, medical legal aspects of extradural hemorrhage. 1 plus 5 plus 3, 8 marks. This is 8 marks. And a modified essay question to test the application of knowledge and problems solving skills. Modified. So what is modified? Like what you told, median, and there is a provide data related to history, examination, findings, investigation, set of questions based on it. Describe in detail HIV infection. Instead of that, you give about a case study, like how you told. Emaciated 40-year-old truck driver is admitted with severe diarrhea. 3 weeks duration. On examination, he has extensive fungal lesions on his skin. His CD4 count is 200 and you can improve upon that. Or what is the most probable diagnosis? How will you confirm the diagnosis and give the number of marks? Effective essay question should mean same to all. You should be careful. What are the precautions? Students should know exactly what is expected of them. But it is more hakidane. Many times it is not easy in an essay question to ask a question very specifically. That you have to explain. Essays are excellent tool to assess higher cognitive learning like analysis, synthesis, solving of complex problems. The same shall be improved rather than totally abandoned in favor of multiple choice questions. And ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಬೇಕಾ? ಅದು ನನಗೆ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ನನಗೆ.
ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಿ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ನಾನು ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಇದು ಹಾಟ್ಸ್ಪಾಟ್
ಟೆಲಿಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ
ಹಾಟ್ಸ್ಪಾಟ್. ನಾನು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತೆ MCQ ಮಾಡೇ ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಒಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ in between you have to finish it off. Their SLO is there ಅಲ್ಲ, they have done the SLOs now. ಅದರ SLOs ಗೆ essay questions.
ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು
ಏನಾಯ್ತು? ಬಾರೆ ರಣದಿಯ
again you try. No, I messaged
ಇದೆಲ್ಲ
asking him to pick up when you call next. I messaged asking him to pick up the call when you call next. Most ಬೇಗ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ. Pick up call again.
ಅಲ್ಲ John,
we are ahead of schedule.
John, what do you think of this? It is not ahead of schedule. We take care of the schedule.
Then tomorrow you finish it.
Or it is louder. It's echoing also.
It's echoing. And there are two mics you are using, man.
No, it's off.
Off.
Now also?
Now it's fine.
So it should go down.
No.
Now?
It happened to me. I called somebody else.
No, maybe the echo is on that.
Now is it okay?
Now it's fine.
You can't hear it.
No, you can't hear it. Actually, you don't need mic in this.
Yeah.
For your voice, definitely not.
Maybe, yeah, it's better, no?
Now it is not. Now it's audible.
But they were saying like in this, it's difficult to record. There on the, if we don't use it.
Every month.
Arvind, ನಾಳೆ 3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸುವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಅದು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ
3:30ಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ.
3:30 bye.
We try our best. It's not possible. It's not.
Because anyway, activities are going faster.
Yeah, activities, ideally it is like 1.5.
That you require person like me to cool it, wait, slow down.
You can make the impossible happen.
ಇದಲ್ಲ
So you had attended when we had conducted the program. Here in this institution.
Yeah, in this institution. And it was an online mode. We sat in different labs.
That was recently, I guess. Yeah.
In December, maybe
2 years ago.
Yes, yeah. December 2020.
Not before.
My father,
why did you attend SIS2 without?
and so subject essay ಅಂತ ಬರೀತಾರೆ.
They told you, they even told that your certificate will be withheld. And will be given only after you obtain the revised basic course. Everything else.
Before that. Before that. Their latest.
Like this, if they want for 25 people, they won't complete the whole course. We need 20 sessions. There are close to 500 faculty.
ಸರ್ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟಲ್ಲಿ 2:30 ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟಲ್ಲಿ 2:45 ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟುಂಟು ಟೈಮಿಂಗ್ 2:45 ಅಂದರೆ 8 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕು ಪಂಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೇಗ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ Won't be so happy. 2 more days.
So all have gone through it.
Each day as it comes.
देखा जाएगा.
So topic is introduction to assessment. Ideally, any workshop, medical education workshop, whichever we are attending, generally it goes with the topic. So we have all those goals, roles for Indian medical graduate, clinician, lifelong learner, communicator, professional, all these are there. Ultimately, it will be aligned to that. For doing that, what exactly we need? What should be our teaching learning method? So first of all, you have already derived specific learning objectives. So that again will be aligned with teaching learning methods. Then you will be aligning that with the assessment method. So since we have taught something, we need to assess the effectiveness of it. And again, so is this effective? So is that particular curriculum what we are doing is effective? And it is going towards again the first objective what we have, the Indian medical graduate. So ultimately it is the same in medical education. So now just an introduction on assessment methods. So after that, tomorrow, after we go through each and every teaching learning methods, then we will go aligning with the assessment. So that activities will be carried on later, but now just an introduction over assessment. So you will be giving those introduction to assessment. Let us just go with some of the answers. What do you mean by that? Almost since many years we have been assessing students. So can you just go with one of, what do you think is assessment? Anyone?
Assessment of knowledge, evaluation.
Okay, so assessment of knowledge. Okay, so any other answers? What do you mean by that assessment?
Theory exams and vivas.
Theory, viva. Okay, so how many think our goal, for example, now new roles what we have for the Indian medical graduate, so all the assessments what we had till now is exactly which is needed for professionalism, communicator, you know that. So all other roles, clinician, lifelong learner. So is it aligned? How many think that it is totally aligned with the whatever the roles we require in an Indian medical graduate, whatever the assessment methods are there now? Please raise your hands. How many say yes? Did you get my question? Yes. Okay, you got my question. So how many say yes, it is aligned well for the curriculum objectives? Not fully correct, exactly. So let us go with it, what we got through these slides, which we just know. The outline of it, Dr. Srinivas, can you just tell us what would be there, if you don't mind? Yeah, in this session, very fast. You can read from there? Okay.
Learning objectives.
Okay.
Introduction.
Yes.
Purpose.
Yes.
Methods of assessment.
Yes.
Principles of assessment.
Yes.
Utility of assessment.
Yes. Alright, so no getting into detail here, we just go through. Learning objectives, again, yeah, Dr. Nishita, please.
Discuss the role of assessment in teaching learning process.
Okay, discussing the roles.
State the methods of assessment and their uses.
Okay, methods of assessment and their uses.
Apply the principles of assessment to promote learning.
So just how we can apply this, what we need to know first of all, we will apply it later on when we are doing activities. So we need to know those principles of assessment. So that will be then, those are the learning objectives. So this is the formal definition what we, as you have already told what is assessment. So a formal definition here, any formal or purported action to obtain information. We are trying to gather whatever the student knows or student does. So that we consider as an assessment. So now we have the term competence. So it is like ability of a person or a student to do it efficiently. So that also is important here. Now again, we are not trying to prove some points there. So whether I am a good teacher, whether that student is a good student or something like that. It is the educational, it is overall curriculum what we need to improve to get that IMG roles, whatever we have. So we need to align to that. It's not about improving a point, it's about improving the educational system. So that is what why we need to align these assessment methods also to the teaching learning methods and the roles, goals, all those. So just a small activity for you all. Just write down, why do we need this assessment? The next question what we have is, why do we need the assessment? Just 30 seconds. The purpose of assessment. We shall see how diverse we can get the answers. So first we shall go with our Ganesh Kandige sir. Sir.
Might be to assess the effectiveness of the teaching. What we have.
Yes. So to assess the effectiveness of teaching, learning.
Hello.
Yes.
You know the effectiveness of the teaching which has been already done.
Okay. So to know the effectiveness of teaching, it can be generally a session. Okay. So it can to know the effectiveness of a teaching. All right. Next, please. Sir, you can come out with it. Yeah. So anyone else? To know the level of understanding by the student. All right. So any other answers, please?
Then student can reproduce what has been taught.
Okay. Whether a student can reproduce what is being taught. So that again is another. Next.
Learning teaching method.
Okay, so we can improve our own teaching. We can just improvise the teaching learning methods. If we want to apply newer techniques, we can go with it. So another important point. Yes.
Meet minimum required standards. Meet the required standard for certification or passing.
Yes. See, to meet requirements of certification, we have here again different levels, different purposes. If it is administrative purpose for giving some certificate, or it can be academic purpose for efficient or competency of a particular student. So we have various purposes here. So other ones, prediction. Can we predict something by assessment? Suppose in skill lab, I am assessing a person how well he can do a CPR after a course. So I am predicting that. See, the assessment should be, it gives us idea that in a real world situation how he can perform. So can we predict that? Yeah. So next one, selection. Can we select some of the students based on these assessments? Yes, definitely. Many of the tests are there. Grading we can do. So grade A, 1, 2, 3, whatever it is. Then we have program evaluation. Evaluation is another term when it is come to a system of education or a course. So likewise, we can evaluate there. So instead of individual, where we do assessment. Now again, small activity for 30 seconds. So some of the methods you know. Assessment methods. Already while deriving objectives, you have seen like many action verbs for you. Describe the various domains and various levels you have seen. Domains you have seen knowledge, attitude, you have seen psychomotor skills, communication you have seen. So that's again going with the domains. Levels also you have seen knows how, shows how, performs. So for doing all these, we have various types of assessment already we are using. So you can just write down few of them. So shall we go ahead from here, ma'am, please? MCQs. See, individually these will be dealt in later classes. Alright, so MCQs separately will have a session. We have for internal assessment, all these. Alright, essays. Next. Yes, ma'am. Viva OC. Okay, so next please. So is it performing the technique? Can we consider one method? Okay, so we can consider those. OSCE. What is OSCE? Okay, objectively structured clinical examination. What is OSCE? So, okay, so objectively structured practical examination. Anything? What is DOPS? Heard of DOPS? DOPS. Okay, directly observed procedural skills. Alright, mini sex CEX, mini clinical examinations, or any other. Can reflection be an assessment method? Can portfolio be an assessment method? Can logbook be an assessment method? Records what they have? Correct? So again, all the domains can be used, all whatever you need to go with IMG goals, even professionalism can be assessed through some of our assessment methods. Correct? Now, so generally we have written exercises, as ma'am was asking. Even MCQ is one of it. We have essay questions, we have long essay questions, short essay questions, we have yes, short answers, various. Clinical scenarios can be given, definitely. So we have assessment by supervising by clinician. So next we have clinical simulations, what we do in skill lab. So we will be having many stations here. People will be rotating on these stations. We are assessing that. So multi-skill, 360 degree. So various peers and other colleagues would be involved. We can also involve them with multiple assessment methods. So again, we are dividing them based on our domain and based on the level of assessment of the knowledge. So whether what we want, so do we need a student just to know about a particular procedure? So, or do we need him to perform, to assess him, to grade him, to rate, whatever. So depending upon that, we can derive many of the methods of assessment. So here we have the Miller's pyramid. Again, you are seeing the same. So at the bottom we have knows, knows how, shows how, and does. So we have some examples here. Essay questions. So the knowledge comes in the first two, knows and knows how. So next comes does and shows how. There we would be assessing the psychomotor skills. Again, when he is doing something, affective and communication can also depending upon the topic. Now, what is the summative and formative assessment? So you're all doing it already. We just have to categorize them.
Summative is summarizing, like 3 sessionals average, is it summative?
3 sessionals average, summarizing it. Okay, so one way of telling it. Anything else? Any other?
Formative assessments, we can give feedback.
Perfect. So one important thing which is like make a difference here in summative and formative is the feedback. See, formative is almost, it is done throughout the learning phase. Throughout the learning phase. In the end, we will be going for summative. So we are judging there in the end. In the beginning, it is giving them the feedback to improve themselves. So that's more important. So we have many of the formative assessment, internal assessment. Where do you consider is internal assessment? Again, we mentioned about many of the assessment methods. Can you just put some of them into this formative or summative? And you just mentioned few of the summative, assessment methods. Can you just put it under this formative? Let me just tell you the summative, some summary of it. Judge mastery of essential skills and knowledge. 1. We are judging. Then we are telling whether it is the pass and fail decision can be made based on this summative assessment. So it is to measure improvement in a student performance over time, but this is as same as formative also you will be seeing this. Then to ranking students, to rank them we'll be using summative assessment. So now it will be clear what are these formative assessment. So here we are giving feedback to them throughout the year while we are assessing. Even the logbooks or internal assessments, portfolios, reflections, everything, whatever we are assessing, we can consider under these. Then throughout, motivation of students is considered under formative assessment. We don't know after summative assessment we are meeting them or not. But still, feedback can also be given in summative. It is not that it is not at all can be given. So in different phases while we are doing it, so it can be feedback can be a part of summative. So measure improvement in student performance over time. So that is just one time summative we are going with. This is over time, so formative assessment. So we can just consider the other way of putting it. So can someone just explain me this? What is there on the slide there? How do you put this?
The student rated and the other one is refresher.
Correct. Okay. So you want to explain? You want to describe it?
This is summative is when you assess your students at the end of it.
Assess your student at the end of it. Okay.
You can make the changes.
Yes. Thank you. So let us collect other. Yeah.
Summative is in the dining table, formative is in the kitchen.
See here. Another way of putting it. So summative is in the dining table and formative is in the kitchen. Okay.
So this can be made in formative.
Okay.
Changes can be made during the process of cooking.
One is before delivery, one is after delivery.
Correct. Changes can be made during cooking.
In the end result, you may not be able to do that. That is the end result.
Just assessing.
Yeah, assessing. Yes, yes.
Correct. When it's on the table, so we are just judging again, as I mentioned it. So
before and after, before delivery and after delivery, sir.
Before delivering and after delivery. Before delivery, we have
lectures
that.
or whatever.
So before delivery of
any food or lectures or anything.
Thank you.
Baby or
Nowadays, Sharat is thinking of only one delivery.
Evaluating by scan, ultrasound scan.
All right. So other way of putting it, assessment of learning. Assessment of learning is summative. Assessment for learning we can consider formative. Another. All right. Yes. So there we have the. So ultimately, so we have a learning cycle here where teaching learning methods are there, assessment methods are there. Before that, the ultimate things, we need things to be aligned with these curriculum objectives. So we have the IFG roles and goals. From there we started deriving SLOs. From there we came to teaching learning methods. From there we are going to assessment. Ultimately, see, assessment, if we want a competent doctor, so just by giving 10 essays, the person is next going to some Western countries where so many skill stations are there. So when they are assessing him, that's a name. See, that assessment method is different, this assessment method is different. We assessed and we passed it. So now that is the change. Like the first question what I asked is coming to this. Why people are coming back? So food for thought, next. Principles of assessment. Alright, so validity, reliability, feasibility, acceptability, educational impact. So we have Manjula ma'am here.
Yes.
Yes. So many of you might have gone when these terms have come to you in research papers. You might have just called up Manjula.
BCBR also.
In BCBR also. Okay. Alright. So we should try to put it in simple words here. So these are needed for assessment also. In variety of stuff, in all throughout the curriculum we need this, but here also it is very much important. So validity. Yeah, please come out with some answers. Validity. Valid. Yes, the best word, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, measure of accuracy.
Are we right in doing that particular test?
Yes, are we right in doing one particular test? So, any other answers? Okay, so definitely it is like whether it is accurate, correct? So then reliability, reproducibility, another accurate synonym what ma'am has given there. Feasibility. Is it possible to do? So during COVID times, we have given online tests for many people. So those who are from villages, no internet connection, correct? So even the teaching learning, we have done online teaching. So but it is an emergency situation. We wanted expedited teaching there. So obviously we had to go with learning methods. So then acceptability. Anybody would like to highlight on this? Acceptability.
It should be accepted by the students.
Very correct. It should be accepted by the student. So there should be some fairness over it. When we are putting in this class 100 students, the person who has studied everything is getting 100 marks. The person who has not studied anything is also getting 100 marks. And the person who has studied is saying that, sir, so many students have everything, everybody is cheating, copying. So in this case, can we put them somewhere with some of the MCQs in maybe separately in computers? Correct? The method of assessment should be acceptable by the student also. So that's also important. Educational impact. Now we are working with this competency-based medical education. So these are outcome-based. So when it is outcome-based, we already have derived the outcome, what kind of student we need. So whether these assessment methods have some educational impact, are we getting better students there? So I have already explained this educational impact. So whether, whatever the exam assessment methods what we are conducting, does it having any educational impact, we can derive. That's also one of the principle. Validity, again the same thing, the extent to which the test measures what it purports to measure, what it intends to measure. So the word as well as accuracy, we have it here. Reliability. So reproducibility was the word given by you, and we have consistency in measurement. So whether that particular test consistently results in the same result. So to be valid, an assessment must be reliable. I'll show you a picture so you will get it correct. So to be valid in the sense, how an assessment must be reliable. All reliable assessments are not necessarily valid. You tell me, explain me this. Now, what is this? Not reliable, why? Okay, so let us go with the terms accuracy and reproducibility rather than validity and reliability. Okay, so sir, is it accurate? No. So reproducibility is not there. So neither validity is not there, no reliable. This one.
Not accurate.
Okay, here, this group. So how is it now? Accuracy and the reproducibility. Accuracy is there. Reproducibility is.
Why is it not accurate?
Now, one more question. Another. I'll put you one more term here. Now, we need to derive what is accuracy also. Correct? If we are deriving accuracy, if our intention is someone has to hear, just looking at the board, we cannot say that it is not accurate. Now, I'll give you the term, like our intention is to hit the bullseye. Now you can take not accurate, then, but reliable. Because reproducibility.
What if somebody puts it on the other side?
It's just to be
Yes.
But it is one person putting an arrow,
take
Okay,
that.
now for example, we'll consider one. And again, it depends upon what are we testing, the person or the test. Okay, so objectivity is there. We need to come out with the clarity of what are we doing. Then what question you got is exactly correct. The doubt is correct. So whether it is the student or the test, both we can consider both the methods. Alright. So next one. Now it is accurate. It is accurate and reliable also. Reliable. So when we go with validity and reliability, there are different terms like content validity, criterion validity. We have construct validity. Depending upon whether it is one particular test covers almost all the aspects of what we intend to check. For example, we are doing this revised basic course workshop here, and the post-test contains, does it include only teaching learning method question sessions, or does it covering everything on the assessment, teaching learning or specific learning objectives? It should cover all the aspects of the course, all the 3 days. So that goes with again content validity, criterion validity, and also construct validity. Let's not go in depth of it. When it goes to reproducibility, again there is changes. So we have changes in the changes across time, reproducibility. Today I have measured something, it is valid, so maybe after some time, can I reproduce the same result? So across time, across individuals also. So 2 people, that reproducibility, whether it is there or not. Now across test also. Whatever the test is given, across test we can compare whether reproducibility there or not. So that again goes with reliability. Now, considering all these, feasibility, reproducibility, reliable or acceptability, ultimately can we use these? Whether it is useful, whether it is profitable or beneficial. So that goes with utility. Considering all this, validity, reliability, acceptability, feasibility, educational impacts. So just an introduction on these things. Next, we will be aligning these assessment methods based on the domains, based on the levels, looking at the teaching learning methods that again derives from specific learning objectives from tomorrow. Alright? Any questions?
One of us should type it in the mail.
Attention please. Okay. Today we have here Dr. Devan sir. So he is the person who established medical education unit in our institute, and we are all trained under him. So thank you sir for being here. Sir, if you can give us 2 tips. Tips on anything. So sir can just address us. Yeah, please come.
privilege to be sitting here in front of this august audience. You know, there's a saying, the old order changeth, giving way to the new. The old order comprising of Arvind, Sushil, me, Manjula, Rbcw. My God, what a team it was. 14 years back, I took over and then built it over a period of time to eventually become the best medical education department in this part of the country. 7 medical colleges. But then we need to go further. Thanks for this opportunity. We need to go further, and as a consequence, I got the 7 conveners of medical colleges here, and we used to meet once a month in Cafe Day in Empire Mall, which was there at that time, share so many thoughts. Eventually, I was invited to conduct an entire day workshop on e-learning, which is the emerging thing. Believe me, that is going to change the process of education. Now, what I say now might not be appreciated by our observers, so madam, you have to forgive me. This should not be within the confines of your notes, because it's far beyond the... What I did say in the beginning was the old order changeth. And all of what we witnessed this morning and the 2 days hence is going to change, because there's something happening which is incredible, and that's called Chat GPT. The generative pre-trained Chat GPT, the pre-trained transformer. You can't even imagine how it is going to influence our lives. But again, come back again. This is 2 tiny 3-day workshop. The government of India has established what is called the Medical College Faculty Training Center. I urge all of you to go and to apply there and get recruited to be part of the 14-day program. 7 days on learning, 7 days on evaluation. At the end of it, you bond with fantastic people all over India. That is something unique, because eventually, my colleagues at that time, eventually they became heads and directors and deans. Now in that point there, at the end of 14 days, I raised a question. And I said, so much you have thought about teaching, learning, evaluation. But I said, I was far more enamored by people as teachers who spoke well. And you have not had a session on voice. Voice can elevate another person, to the highest level. The Harvard Business Review says that guys, especially who have a deeper voice, have a greater salary offered. I come from the Department of Voice. Somebody said, oh, it's from the Department of Voice, why don't you put him as a faculty? They invited me. But then to go to Pondicherry and then sort of 14 days staying, it is a little tenuous. And I politely declined. Why? Because for those of us who are interested, I once had a high-pitched feminine voice and I was at the butt of jokes. And I put an enormous amount of effort into the vocalis, the vibrating column of air, and the tension in the chords and various other things, and eventually modified my voice to what it is. Is this the future of medicine? Absolutely not. One day in one workshop in Calicut, which was our Nodal Center, I said, oh my God, 3 days we have spent time pouring. Are we able to apply all of this? And then you say 30 participants only in a college. How many faculties are there across India, and how long are we going to take to finish everything? My proposal to the convener or to the observer was, have an entire 1-day session, shut down medical colleges for 1 day, have everything online, and the rest of it, put it online. How many of us will be able to recall all of what has transpired in 3 days and will be actually able to apply it? The essence of knowledge is knowing it to apply it. And how many of us have applied it over the years, 10 years? Have we applied anything? Much of it is just, we have attended primarily for our promotion purposes. And the promotion thing, I would ask, where's your basic revise? They brought in something called AdCom, and they felt something further, ECom. What is it that the MCA should have brought in? Really, what is it we are struggling, especially from clinical point? When you get a lawyer's notice, you are shattered. And I know so many doctors, including in here, who have major trouble. Is there a course in law incorporated into the medical curriculum? No. Is there a course in finance? How many of us fall into big financial troubles? But is there fundamentals of financial prudence included? No. How are doctors, the best doctors in Bangalore, are recognized more than their skills on communication? Do we ever have a separate program on communication, how to intonate, how to deliver, how to articulate, how to sort of get the patient's compassion and consolation and all that? No, we don't. We have a group of, in fact, I terribly raise concerns about a group of people who will incorporate so many things into medical education, make life miserable. How many of my colleagues tell, oh my God, man, this CBM is a big hell. What are we going through? Haven't we produced some of the finest doctors in the world, which have risen to the best in America, in UK, in London, Australia? The best doctors, believe me, are Indians. And there is a saying early in Manipal, if it is not broken, don't repair it. If it is not broken, don't repair it. We had one of the finest systems. Didn't we bring out walking encyclopedia of knowledge? And today, are our current students comparable to the best earlier? No, absolutely not. But didn't we mean the internship to be a time when competencies have to be incorporated? Yes. But then NEET came, next came, and internship is primarily a time for them to prepare for their NEET exams. We are in a terrible situation. Only God bless, especially if you look at the next exam coming up, in which the next part 2 is going to be terrible. But then, as teachers, I used to conduct evening tuition classes free here in AJ from 6 to 9 p.m. My mother said, why are you spending time with your children instead of us? No, believe me, the good that you do does not, unlike what William Shakespeare said, be interred with your bones. No, no, the good that you do will come back to you. Somebody is keeping a clock on it, and with interest it will come back. Why? For all the tuitions I did here in the evenings, somebody took free tuition for my children. For what? British CA. How much it costs for one candidate? I have twins. How much it costs? 45 lakhs to do your British CA. I have twins. Both of them were sponsored for their British CA free tuition in UK. So, what you do good for students here, did I have great trouble in Manipal as a candidate? Yes, it was an ocean of knowledge from PUC. And later as a faculty for many years, I used to conduct free tuitions for ENT exam going 3 months from 6 o'clock to 9:30. From 50% failure, it went to 100% pass and 80 first class with distinctions. Did it come back? Yes, my children were honored for distinction marks. They are not fiery, working hard like I was. They are average. But then I said, it's not the marks that you took, it's the marks that I gave to underperforming students here. In fact, I proposed to the management, we have what is called the underperforming student program in Harvard. Postgraduates are made to give tuition to underperforming students. I said, why don't we do it here? So that at least they get a chance to do well. Academics is the stepping stone to further excellence. But then there are other forces that are at play, and consequently that didn't happen. I hope, because if it can happen in Harvard, Stanford and MIT, it certainly in time will happen here. We will, inshallah, turn this into a college of excellence, a beacon of hope, and because we have fantastic, wonderful faculty. Thank you for all being here. Wish you all the very best. Good luck. God bless.
Thank you, sir, for words of encouragement. Dear participants, please note the template of the worksheet that you have worked upon for writing down the SLOs, the domains as well as the level. I want one participant from each of the group to type it. As in, the soft copy is given to you. Please type it and mail it to ajims@mu.edu.ca. Yeah, or one of you please type it. From each group, one person. Yeah, one is enough. Each group, one person, please type the SLO, the domain and the level and mail it to AJIMU@ajims.edu.in. It is mandatory for record purpose. Also, tomorrow's session will begin with a recap. So I want volunteers for the recap of the morning session as well as the noon session. Can we have volunteers for recaps, please? One volunteer for recapping on the morning sessions and one volunteer for the noon session of what happened today. Tomorrow, the person has to recap. Any volunteers? Sir, Dr. Kishan? Morning session, Dr. Krishan, and from here for the afternoon session. Recap. You will have to just recap on what happened.
Tomorrow morning, we'll start with the recap. Morning session, ma'am will do. Can you please do the afternoon session?
Morning session.
After session, there is nothing.
So ma'am will do the afternoon session. Dr. Veena Raghu. Yeah. So we have the recap. Now a link on feedback will be shared in the group right now. So I request all the participants to put in their feedback. For all the a link will be shared right now. Google Forms link. Feedback, the day's feedback. Yes. 4:30. I think it's better you do now. It is mandatory for all of you to put in the feedback. Link will be shared right now.
I feel like typos can be scanned.
Okay. All those who have completed the feedback will call it a day and we'll all reconvene tomorrow here between 8:45 to 9 a.m. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
What is the market?
That on the spot. Yeah.